Long before I became a mother, I never thought twice about running to the store after dark. It was something I did on autopilot. Grab some snacks, pick up cold medicine, maybe wander the aisles a bit just to feel like I was doing something with my life. But after Hazel was born, the world changed. Or maybe I just started seeing it more clearly. The way men stared a second too long. The way every noise at night felt like a threat. The way being alone wasn't peace. It was a risk. I used to be a nurse, ER. I was good at staying calm in a crisis, thinking fast, keeping my hands steady when everything else was chaos. But after Hazel, and everything that came with her birth, panic attacks, the depression, the nights where I'd stare at the baby monitor and convince myself I was failing her, I quit. My husband, Marcus, supported it. He was a mechanic, worked long hours, always trying to pick up side gigs to keep us comfortable. We had just enough to scrape by, and some days that felt like a miracle. That Tuesday night, early March, the cold air hit harder than I expected. Hazel had been crying for hours, feverish, flushed, breathing fast. I knew it wasn't serious, but it didn't matter. I needed to feel like I was doing something. Anything. Her fever had spiked to 101.9, and we were out of infant Tylenol. Our pediatrician's office had already closed, and the Walgreens by our house shut down early for inventory. Marcus's car had died that weekend, bad starter, and we hadn't had time to tow it. That left me with our dented silver Camry. No heat, no radio, and the left headlight barely hanging on. I bundled Hazel in a blanket, laid her next to Marcus on the couch, and promised I'd be back in 20 minutes. The only store open that late near us was the Family Dollar on Asheville Highway. 5 miles away, not far, but not the kind of place I ever felt safe going alone, especially not at night. That side of Knoxville had always made me uneasy. Boarded up windows, flickering street lights, and too many stories in the news that started with, "She was just trying to get home." I almost didn't go. I thought about it, standing in the doorway, keys in hand. But Hazel let out a soft whimper in her sleep, and that was it. I had to. I pulled into the parking lot at 11:05 p.m. sharp. The lot was mostly empty, just 2 cars, one parked crooked by the side, the other near the dumpster. The overhead lights buzzed and flickered like they hadn't been changed in years. I locked the car, zipped my coat, and walked in with purpose. No dawdling, just in and out. Inside, it was dead quiet. A young girl with half-bleached hair stood behind the counter chewing gum and scrolling on her phone. Somewhere near the back I saw a man, gray hoodie, jeans, standing by the cooler like he'd been placed there. He didn't move, didn't grab a drink, just stood. I didn't think much of it at first. I grabbed a bottle of infant Tylenol, some chamomile tea, and a few cough drops for Marcus. But when I turned down the baby aisle to grab a fresh pacifier, Hazel had thrown hers behind the crib earlier. I felt it. That twinge, that shift in the air. He was behind me, closer than anyone should be in an empty store. I told myself it was nothing, just a shopper. Maybe he was looking for something nearby. But my heart knew better. Years of nursing had taught me to read body language the way others read signs, and everything in me screamed wrong. He didn't say anything, just stood too close. When I moved to the next aisle, feminine care, he followed. Still no basket, no cart, just hands in his hoodie pocket and eyes I could feel on my back like static. I gripped the pacifier in my hand so tight the plastic cracked a little. I turned sharply to face him. "Can I help you with something?" He didn't answer, didn't smile, just turned and walked to the next aisle like I'd never spoken. My legs wanted to run, but logic told me not to panic. I walked fast toward the checkout. The girl behind the register looked up as I approached. Her name tag read Bree. I leaned in a little, trying to keep my voice calm. "Hey," I whispered. "That man's been following me through the store. He hasn't picked up a single item. Can someone walk me out?" Bree's face changed. She glanced toward the door, where he now stood again, hands in his pockets, rocking slightly on his heels like he was waiting for a bus that never came. "We're not really allowed to leave the counter," she said softly, eyes darting. "But I can lock the doors behind you. Just go fast, okay?" I nodded, paid in cash, and shoved the bag into my coat pocket. Bree didn't say anything else, but I could tell she was scared too. I gave her a tight smile and pushed the door open. The night air felt sharper now, colder. I walked fast toward my car, keys clenched in my hand, thumb hovering over the unlock button. I'd parked 2 rows down from the door, under the one light that wasn't completely dead. My foot hit a wet patch of gravel, and I slipped just enough to fumble the keys. They hit the ground with a soft jingle. That's when I heard the door slam open behind me. Footsteps. Fast. Heavy. I turned just in time to see him sprinting toward me. I screamed, loud and sharp, the kind of scream I hadn't made since childbirth. I scrambled to grab my keys, but my hands wouldn't work right. Everything was too loud. My breath, my heartbeat, the blood roaring in my ears. Then, headlights. Bright, red, fast. A truck, tires screeching. A horn blared. The man stopped mid-run. He swore, sharp and guttural, then veered off toward the dumpster and vanished into the shadows. I dove into my car, locked the doors, and shook so hard I couldn't get the key into the ignition. The red truck pulled up beside me. The driver rolled down his window. "Elena?" he called. I stared, disoriented. It took a second to recognize him. Kyle Monroe. We went to high school together. He'd been a grade ahead, quiet, kind, always wore the same camo hoodie. "I saw your car," he said. "Didn't know it was you. Just stopped in for snacks." I nodded, still shaking. "You okay?" I couldn't speak. I just cried. Back home, I didn't tell Marcus everything. I told him I got what we needed, that a guy freaked me out a little, but I left quick. I didn't tell him about the scream, the running, the headlights, the way my hands still trembled as I held Hazel to my chest. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the nursery with her, watching her little chest rise and fall. The Tylenol helped. Her fever dropped by morning. But I couldn't stop thinking about how close it had come to something else. Something much worse. The next day, Marcus called the cops to report what happened. They said without a license plate or solid description, there wasn't much they could do. Maybe check the security footage, if the store even had working cameras. Maybe. Kyle stopped by later that week. He brought groceries. Said he didn't want anything, just figured we could use the help. He didn't ask for details, just said, "Glad I showed up when I did." So was I. But I hated that I needed saving. That I'd been so helpless. That I froze. I tried to move on. I told myself not to let fear take over. But something had cracked open inside me. Some illusion that the world was basically good if you were cautious enough. That belief was gone. I started noticing things I hadn't before. Men standing too close at gas stations. Cars that seemed to follow a little too long. Every dark parking lot felt like it had eyes. I carried pepper spray. I walked faster. I looked over my shoulder more than I should. I wasn't paranoid. I was changed. I called Bree at Family Dollar 2 weeks later, just to check in. She remembered me. Said the guy hadn't come back, but she was watching now. Said she told her manager, but nothing really came of it. They never caught him. No arrest, no follow-up, just silence. 3 months passed before I went out alone at night again. I waited until it was warmer, until Hazel was completely healthy, until Marcus had fixed his car. Even then, I hesitated. I started therapy again. I told my therapist I felt weak, that I hated how scared I was, that I couldn't stop replaying it, his breath behind me, the footsteps, the keys slipping. She told me something I still hold on to. Fear doesn't make you weak. It means you survived something worth fearing. She was right. But I still flinched when someone walked too close behind me in line. One night, Marcus and I were watching TV, and he turned to me and said, "You've been quiet lately, since that night." "You okay?" I thought about lying, about saying, "I'm fine," but I didn't. "No," I said, "but I will be." That was enough. I made small changes, took self-defense classes, switched our grocery runs to earlier hours, set up cameras outside. Not out of fear, but out of awareness, preparedness. I wasn't going to be caught off guard again. And I started writing again, journaling, telling my story in bits and pieces, getting it out. Because silence doesn't keep you safe. Awareness does. It's been over a year now. Hazel's walking, talking. She laughs when the wind tickles her face and says, "Uh-oh," every time her sippy cup hits the floor. She has no idea how close I came to not being there that night. I still go to Family Dollar sometimes, but only during the day. Bree's gone now, moved away. I asked about her once, and the new cashier shrugged. That man never came back, or maybe he did and just chose someone else. That's what scares me the most. Because he didn't want money. He wasn't high or desperate or lost. He was calm, patient. He waited. And if not for a friend who decided to stop for snacks, he might have gotten what he came for. I learned something that night. Evil doesn't always announce itself with growls and knives. Sometimes it waits, watches, picks its moment when you're most tired, most distracted, most alone. But I also learned something else. You're allowed to be scared. You're allowed to freeze. And surviving doesn't require perfection. It just requires persistence. So if you're out there, reading this, living through your own version of that parking lot moment, know this. It wasn't your fault. You didn't imagine it. And most importantly, you're not weak for surviving. You're stronger than you know. Vigilance saves lives. Trust your instincts. You don't need to be fearless to be strong. You just need to act, protect yourself, and speak out. Silence empowers danger. Awareness disarms it. You ever have one of those days where the air just feels off before you even get out of bed? That was Friday, early September. Still hot in Georgia, the kind of sticky heat that clings to your skin and makes everything feel heavier. I was home alone with my mom, who hadn't left her bedroom since Wednesday. Since the fight. Since the tears started again. We'd just moved to Athens a few weeks before. My parents finally divorced over the summer, and we left Atlanta to come stay in this tiny rental house near Lexington Road. Everything about our new place felt temporary. The peeling paint, the sagging porch, the emptiness. I was 16, a junior in high school, and suddenly the adult in the house, tiptoeing around my mother's sadness like it might shatter the floor beneath us. That Friday, I hadn't eaten since the night before. No groceries, no gas money, no energy to fight with her about getting out of bed. Around 4, I got tired of waiting and decided to walk to the Family Dollar down the road. I didn't want to go. The place always smelled weird, like bleach and sadness. But it was close, and I had 5 crumpled dollar bills in my hoodie pocket. I threw on that same old hoodie and pulled the sleeves over my hands. I wore it when I didn't want to be noticed, which was most days. Hair in a low braid, no makeup, phone in my back pocket with 1 bar of battery left. I didn't even think about pepper spray back then. I just wanted ramen and paper towels. The sun was starting to dip, casting that weird, soft golden light that makes everything look too quiet. I walked with my head down, crossing 2 overgrown lots and the edge of a parking lot full of cracked pavement and weeds. When I stepped inside the Family Dollar, the AC hit me like a slap. It was quiet. Only one cashier behind the counter, a girl maybe 2 years older than me chewing gum and scrolling on her phone, and an older man. I noticed him right away because he was just standing there flipping through greeting cards like he was reading a novel. Middle-aged, worn jeans, trucker hat, and something about his eyes that made my stomach tighten. I headed toward the snack aisle, grabbed a few packs of ramen, then circled toward cleaning supplies. And there he was again. I hadn't heard him move, hadn't seen him pass. But he was suddenly in the same aisle, looking at nothing, Pretty early to be skipping school, huh? He said with a smile that stuck too long. I gave him a polite, barely there laugh. That fake little noise girls like me are taught to use so we don't make things worse. I walked away quickly. My hands started shaking. I pulled out my phone and texted Emily, my best friend from Atlanta. Some guy's being weird. Just a heads up. No signal. Of course. I tried not to panic. Told myself I was overreacting, but I knew I wasn't. I could feel him watching me. I moved fast, picked up paper towels, turned down another aisle and hoped I'd lost him. But there he was again, this time standing by the end cap of cleaning sprays. Like he'd been waiting. "Your mom let you out looking that good?" he said. His voice was low, almost casual, but it stuck to me like oil. I froze for a second, then kept walking, pretending I didn't hear. But inside, I was spiraling. My chest tightened. My brain scrambled through all the safety advice I'd read online. Don't confront. Don't run. Stay calm. Make a scene if you have to. I headed to the front, eyes scanning for anyone else. No new customers. The cashier was still glued to her phone, oblivious. I was trapped in plain sight. Then, the door opened with a creak. In walked a tall boy, broad shoulders, cargo shorts, a Georgia Bulldogs t-shirt. I recognized him immediately. Troy something. We had second period math together. He sat in the back, mostly quiet, kind of awkward, but not unfriendly. My heart jumped. I didn't think. I just moved. I ran up to him and grabbed his arm like I'd done it 1,000 times before. "Hey babe," I said, too loud, my voice cracking. "Ready to go?" His eyes widened, confused for half a second. But then he nodded. "Yeah," he said smoothly. "Got the snacks?" I nodded back, my hand still gripping his arm. "Yep." He didn't ask questions, just walked me toward the counter, one arm casually slung around my shoulder like we were the most ordinary couple in the world. The man didn't follow. He stood still, watching, jaw tight. Then, as we reached checkout, he turned and walked slowly toward the back of the store. We didn't say a word while the cashier rang us up. Troy handed me a pack of gum, like we'd planned to buy it. I gave the cashier my money with shaking hands and took the receipt without looking up. We stepped outside into the gold-pink light of the afternoon. It felt like the sky had been holding its breath. Troy kept walking with me down the sidewalk all the way to the turnoff near my house. "You okay?" he asked gently. I nodded, my eyes burning. "Thank you. I didn't know what else to do." He gave a soft shrug. He gave off bad vibes. "I'm glad you said something." We stood in silence for a moment. I felt my breath settle. "I owe you," I said. He shook his head. "You don't owe me anything." He turned and walked back toward the store. I watched until he was gone, then ran home like my life depended on it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not because I was afraid of someone breaking in. That wasn't the part that haunted me. It was how easy it had almost been for something to go wrong. How no one had noticed. How the man had walked from aisle to aisle without a word from anyone. How the cashier didn't look up once. How I was completely alone until Troy walked in. One more minute. That's all it would have taken. I told my mom the next morning. She was sitting on the couch, wrapped in her robe, clutching a half-empty cup of tea. I gave her the short version. Guy followed me. Troy helped me get out. She hugged me hard and didn't say much, but her eyes filled with that broken look she'd been carrying since the divorce, that helpless, hollow expression. I realized something then. I couldn't always depend on adults to protect me. My mom loved me, no question, but she wasn't present. Not really. Not anymore. So I made a decision. I found a small can of pepper spray online, $20 with shipping. I paid for it myself with babysitting money. I told myself I'd never let myself be caught off guard again. That store? I haven't gone back. Not once. But I walk taller now. I pay attention. I remember that panic and I use it, not to live in fear, but to stay prepared. The following Monday, Troy nodded at me in the hallway. No big smile, no awkward, "Remember me?" Just a small nod, like we'd survived something together. I nodded back. We didn't talk much after that, but he always looked my way in math. I guess that's just how it is when someone saves you in the smallest, biggest way possible. You don't need words, just a shared understanding. I started carrying a notebook everywhere. Started writing down what I felt, the fear, the weight of pretending everything was normal, the guilt that I hadn't said anything to the cashier, or reported it, or screamed. But then I wrote the truth. I didn't freeze. I survived. And that counted. I shared it with Emily over text. She sent back, "You're brave as hell." I didn't feel brave. I felt changed. I started noticing other girls in the hallway, the way they glanced over their shoulder in the parking lot, the way their laughter dimmed when a group of guys walked past. I wondered how many of them had their own family dollar moments. How many had been followed, cornered, whispered to by strangers who smiled too long. I never told Troy thank you again. But one day, I slipped a note into his locker. It said, "You noticed when no one else did. I won't forget that." He never mentioned it, but the next time I passed him in the hall, he grinned. That was enough. It's been almost a year. I still carry pepper spray. I still look over my shoulder in quiet stores. I still wear that old hoodie on bad days. But I also walk with my chin a little higher. Because now I trust myself. I know what it feels like when something isn't right. I listen to that voice, the one in my gut that tells me to move, speak up, run if I have to. That's not fear. That's survival. That's instinct. And I've learned to respect it. I talk to other girls about it now. I write short pieces for the school paper. I give them my story, piece by piece. Not to scare them, but to remind them that they're allowed to act without proof. That creepy doesn't need a weapon to be dangerous. And I tell them this: you're not rude for protecting yourself. You're not dramatic. You're not crazy. You're smart. You're strong. You're prepared. Because sometimes the scariest moments don't happen in dark alleyways. Sometimes they happen at 4 in the afternoon under flickering fluorescent lights and shelves full of off-brand cereal. But you're not powerless, not anymore. Sometimes danger hides in plain sight, and survival means trusting your gut, speaking up, and never apologizing for protecting yourself. Strength isn't about fearlessness. It's about knowing when to act even when your voice shakes. I didn't grow up imagining I'd one day have to look after my little sister. I left Rockford right after graduation, determined to be done with the cold streets, the endless arguing at home, the sense that I never belonged. I thought I'd never return. But 2 weeks ago, life changed. Mom walked into the pharmacy, started shouting at the pharmacist, and insisted on lying down in traffic. Diagnosed with bipolar disorder, she was admitted immediately. My name was still on emergency contact, so I landed back in Rockford, into her rental on 11th Street, the same saggy 2-bedroom where I grew up, and inherited the job of adult for Chloe, who's now 14, and hates my guts. Chloe pulls hoodies up over her ears and spends half her time scrolling TikTok. Exactly the kind of teenager I barely recognize. She's moody, distant, angry at the world for breaking apart around her. I barely make ends meet waiting tables evenings and cleaning shift at the diner mornings. Same routine I've been stuck in for months. Sleep is rare. Showers feel luxurious. My hands shake quietly when I look at the dwindling numbers in my bank account. That Sunday night in late October, I was determined to make something, anything work. Chloe had a school project due Monday. Poster board, markers, glue sticks. We had none. So, with my debit card flashing a measly 1732, I dragged her by the wrist into my Civic and drove the few blocks to Family Dollar under a cold, dusky sky. Inside, fluorescent lights flickered like the place was on its last breath. Speakers crackled out tinny pop music, and Greg, the sunken-eyed cashier, looked like he'd been pulled back from the dead. I handed Chloe markers and poster board and told her to stay close. But she wandered off to the snack aisle anyway, earbuds in, scrolling. That's when I spotted the white van, idling near the corner of the lot, engine running, windows cracked. I pressed my forehead to the glass. 2 men inside. They weren't watching traffic, they were watching her. My pulse slammed. I called her over quietly. "We're going," I hissed. She looked up, confusion and annoyance flitting over her face. "Why?" "Just trust me." We approached checkout, where I tapped my card and it declined. Again. Each time my cheeks warmed with rising panic. That's when Greg leaned in. "That man's been hanging around," he whispered. "Side exit. Go that way. I'll keep the front locked." I forced a shaky nod, grabbed Chloe's hand, and walked the length of the store away from the flannel-clad man who lingered. I pushed through the side door and froze in the sudden cold. No one followed. Chloe's grip tightened around my wrist, but she said nothing. We dashed through the lot past the van, now silent, its lights off. The driver's door creaked open. I slammed the Civic into reverse without checking anything, tires squealing. Inside, Chloe passed me the markers. My hands shook, my back ached, my head ached. I drove until Walmart's neon lights flickered onto my windshield and pulled in. And then, tears came. My forehead smashed into the cool wheel as I cried behind the dark glass. Chloe climbing into the passenger seat with her own tears, the silence between us a hollow space filled with fear. Lesson 1. You don't have to be a parent to know terror. The police showed up 15 minutes later. Officer Barnes and Officer Liu asked me what happened. I told it. The van, the watching, the flannel guy. They filed a report, took down my card decline, the groceries. But I saw the look when I said the man hadn't done anything physical. Like they saw me as overreacting. I wasn't. Their questions sounded like tests of whether I was really in danger. When they left, I made coffee for me and Chloe in the apartment we're sharing. It smells like old pizza and damp laundry. She sat at the little kitchen table, forehead on arms, fiddling with a marker. She didn't speak until I slipped a breakfast sandwich in front of her. "You okay?" She shrugged, scared. I shrugged too, unsure what to say. Both of us silent except for the hum of the fridge. Later, I went to the local store and bought pepper spray, a whistle, a self-defense book about situational awareness. I didn't want to be unprepared again. No hero, just someone who didn't want to feel vulnerable anymore. At school on Monday, I met Chloe in the cafeteria. She was quiet, picking at fries. "The X," she said, not looking up. It was enough. That day, I filed a complaint with Family Dollar Corporate and reached out on Facebook Rockford community page, describing the van and man from memory. I splashed out another $50 for a doorbell camera and a cheap ring light. I had to. Mom wasn't coming home anytime soon. Walking home, I see the old diner where I work. The sign says, "Closing soon all November for the holidays." That means more hours at work, less around-the-clock vigilance. A glance at Chloe's hoodie, oversized sleeves pulled past her fingers, reminds me who I'm doing this for. I tried to act normal after that, but normal isn't what terror breaks into. I started accents, chatting with neighbors, flashing smiles at clerks, telling them about the cameras. But late at night I replayed that van, that flannel man, that moment when Chloe's face went pale and her hand tightened on mine. Chloe didn't ask about Mom. I didn't feel ready to answer. Instead, we worked on her presentation together at the kitchen table. I watched her write, saw glimpses of the 5-year-old who loved unicorns and ice cream. She's still in there. I talked to her about options, big sister style, letting her know I wasn't going anywhere. I also took a class at the community center, self-defense, twice a week. Not to get strong enough to fight, but to stay aware, clean a lock bolt quickly, demand help. I learned to scan exits, keep my keys in my fist. I got into the routine of carrying the pepper spray in my coat pocket, whistle around my neck, no earbuds walking to the bus. Chloe watched me, She started doing the same. Pepper spray clipped to her backpack, checking over shoulders. She asked about the community class. I said she wasn't old enough yet. She nodded and said fine. At night, I left the porch light on, 30-minute lights in the kitchen, random TV on. I slept in sweats, phone charged, shoes beside the bed. I called Mom daily at the hospital. She sounded better but distant, like she was rebuilding. That was enough for now. I still drop Chloe at the Family Dollar during daylight if she needs something. In winter, I take her. Those aisles don't feel like home anymore, but not like mine either. Instead, they feel like territory I've reclaimed. A month later, I got a message on Facebook. Someone claiming to be a Family Dollar employee recognized my post. The person said they'd seen the white van before, a regular hanging around the lot watching cars. They'd called the cops once, but it got no follow-up. He was gone days later, but tonight they saw the same or similar. The van had turned off its engine once the lot cleared, and a guy in a green flannel stepped inside for exactly 2 minutes, scanned aisles near the window, and left without buying anything. My stomach dropped. The flannel guy had come back. I called Officer Lou, left a voicemail, scooped Chloe up, and we headed to Family Dollar after dinner. I told Chloe to stay in the car with pepper spray hidden in her pocket. I walked in under the harsh lights, grit in my stomach. No van in lot. But I saw him, green flannel, stoic, scanning shelves like he was bookmarking us. I waited at the produce-style marker display. He stared. I stared back. My entire body hummed. I picked up a pack of glue. Without looking away, I walked to register. The flannel guy followed, 2 steps behind. I tapped my debit again. Declined. That old muscle memory. Without words, I pivoted and left the store through the front, pepper spray in hand. I pushed cold air as I stepped out, and then no one followed. I jogged to my car, locked doors, breathed. That night I filed a second police report, gave the new detail. This time they said they'd patrol the parking lot. I don't know how much they did, but I saw patrol lights from my window going past. It's been 6 months. Winter came and went. Mom's released, on medication, undergoing outpatient care. She's not the same, but at least she's home. I quit the diner's overnight shifts to be here more. Chloe's thriving. Her water cycle poster got an A, and she's smiling again. The last time I saw the flannel man? Spring. Walked across the Family Dollar lot as I locked the car at dusk, saw him glance toward me, then kept walking, as if we'd been nothing more than silhouettes on a dark evening. Now I drive Chloe to school. I walk her to the front door. I keep my pepper spray in my pocket. I sleep with my phone on a charger next to the bed and a nightlight glowing. Sometimes I catch myself waiting at the kitchen table to finish the homework she needed in October. Markers dried in a bag nearby. I realize how much we've grown since then, how we keep each other safe, how ordinary life can be reclaimed. I don't want to pretend that place never shook me. It did. But I also don't want to pretend I was helpless. You don't always see the danger, but you can learn how to survive it. You don't need to be unafraid to be courageous. Protection starts with awareness, action, and speaking up. Strength isn't about never shaking. It's about rising even with trembling hands. I never meant to stay at Family Dollar this long. It was supposed to be a stepping stone, a temporary gig I picked up after walking away from nursing school during my second semester. One too many shifts at the hospital left me shaking in the bathroom, wondering why I couldn't handle what everyone else seemed to stomach. The blood, the noise, the pressure. It didn't matter why. I just knew I couldn't do it. So I took the job that was hiring the fastest. Family Dollar. That was 8 years ago. Funny thing is, after a while you start to measure your life in end caps and sale tags. I can still tell you which brands go on sale by season, how long a box of dryer sheets sits on a shelf before someone finally grabs it, or which moms steal baby formula and which ones just cry in the diaper aisle because they can't afford either. You become numb to the numbers, but not to the people. That's what got me stuck. For me, The store was a kind of order, a place I could control. That dingy strip of linoleum tile behind register 2? My domain. The detergent section? My kingdom. I knew the regulars, knew which locals paid with change, which ones paid with Snap, which ones would try to hustle candy bars back for a refund. And over time, I earned trust. Not the loud, "You're doing great" kind. The quiet trust. The kind that gets you the keys. The kind where the district manager nods once after a double shift and says, "Reliable. We like that." That's how I ended up as a key holder. You're not salaried. You don't make much more than a cashier. But you're the one who opens, closes, deals with broken lights, power outages, locked freezers, and endless boxes from trucks that always come 2 days late. You're also the one who gets called when a customer throws a fit about not being able to return batteries without a receipt. It's not glamorous, but it was mine. Then came Brad. He walked in wearing polished shoes and a leather belt like he hadn't been warned about the rats in the stockroom or the AC that wheezed instead of cooling. 27, clean cut, transferred in from some college town store in Indiana, and immediately acted like we were running a Target. I gave him a week before he started getting on my nerves. He lasted 2 days. "Erica," he said one morning as I was breaking down boxes behind the register, "you've got good customer service, but you should smile more. People remember that." I stared at him for a second. Then I said, "People also remember when you bag their stuff right." He laughed, that tight little fake one. "All I'm saying is leadership means energy." He kept saying things like that. Energy. Optimism. Let's elevate the brand. But it's hard to feel brand pride when the ceiling leaks every time it rains and you have to put a bucket under aisle 6 so no one slips on the Clorox. Still, I tried. I really did. For all my complaints, I wanted to believe there was a point to sticking it out. Maybe someday I'd make store manager, maybe get benefits, maybe finally take Taylor, my niece I've been raising since her mom OD'd, to Galveston like I promised. But all that felt a little more distant when Brad started brushing off safety stuff like it didn't matter. We kept getting groups of teenage boys coming in, loud, rowdy, never buying anything. Sometimes they'd grab dollar bags of chips and walk out without paying. One time, one of them opened a Red Bull right in the freezer aisle and drank it in front of me. "You want me to call the cops over a Red Bull?" Brad said that time. "No," I said, keeping my voice level. "I want you to back me up so they don't do it again." He shrugged and walked back to the office. That Friday, mid-June, the humidity was thick like it had weight. We had fans propped near the front door because the air conditioning was coughing again. I already had a headache from unpacking truck inventory alone since the morning shift had called out. It was 2:15 when they came in, 6 of them. Teenagers, all in hoodies even though it was hot enough to melt a candy bar in your hand. Loud, phones out, laughing too hard at things that weren't funny. I watched them spread through the store like smoke, circling instead of splitting up. That's how I knew. I tapped my walkie. "Ashley, keep your drawer tight. Brad, we need to lock the side entrance." Brad looked up from behind the counter where he was half filling out paperwork and half watching some video on his phone. "Relax," he said. "We're not security." I moved fast, walked to the side aisle, stood near the locked detergents. My stomach twisted, my fingers itched. And then I heard the crash. Not a small one either. One of the boys had kicked open the locked supply shelf. Another had pulled a dolly over and was throwing crates of detergent on it. A third was stuffing bags of pods into a trash bag. I stepped out and yelled, "Put it down, right now!" One of them turned and looked me dead in the eye. No fear, no guilt. And then he smiled. The smile threw me off more than the shove. I'd seen plenty of kids act stupid in this store, steal, run, break things. But this wasn't careless. This was rehearsed. They knew what they were doing. And they weren't scared. I stepped forward to block one of the side aisles. "You're not going anywhere with that." That's when the biggest one moved. Fast. His shoulder hit me just below the collarbone, sending me backwards into a stacked display of bleach bottles. They cracked open like eggs, soaking through my shirt and into the tile. I landed on my hip, walkie crushed under me. Wind knocked clean out of my lungs. I barely remember the rest. It was like watching a heist in fast forward. They stormed past Ashley, who was frozen behind the register, mouth open but no words coming out. Two of them barreled through the double doors, one laughing, one holding that big black trash bag like it was a trophy. Another kid kicked the side exit open so hard the rubber stopper snapped. It was over in maybe 90 seconds. Brad came out of the office like he was walking into a meeting that ran long. What the hell happened? Ashley was already on the phone with 911, voice shaking. They took half the detergent aisle, and she looked at me, still on the floor, soaked in bleach and rage. I told you, I snapped, pushing myself up. My legs wobbled. I told you we needed to lock the doors. Brad barely looked at me. You escalated. That's not your job. My job is to not get shoved into chemicals because you didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. His mouth tightened. I'll handle the police report. Go sit down. I limped to the back room, grabbed a half-used bottle of water, and sat on a box of off-brand diapers. My hands were shaking. Not from pain, but from fury. 8 years. 8 years of double shifts, holiday weekends, late-night inventory, and this was how I got treated. Like I'd overreacted. Like I hadn't just gotten assaulted in the middle of the damn store. I didn't cry, but I wanted to. The police showed up 15 minutes later. 2 officers, mid-30s, tired eyes, bulletproof vests already unbuckled like they knew this was a waste of time. They asked questions. We showed them the footage, what little we had, since 2 of the cameras were still awaiting repair from corporate. Any names? One asked. No, Brad said. But she, he nodded toward me like I was a file folder, thinks they've been in before. They have, I said. At least 3 times in the past month. They test reactions. Never buy anything. Last week one of them opened a drink and walked out. The cop sighed. Sounds like a grab crew. They hit spots with low staffing, weak protocols, detergents high resale. They'll sell it on Facebook Marketplace or to bodegas under the table. And what do we do now? Ashley asked quietly. He gave a helpless shrug. File a report. Forward it to your LP department. Unless someone got a plate or facial recognition gets a hit, odds are you won't see that stock again. That was it. They left. Brad filled out some generic report and disappeared into the office. I spent the rest of the afternoon scraping dried bleach off the floor. By close, I had a bruise blooming across my side the size of a cantaloupe. I drove home in silence, windows down, letting the hot Baton Rouge air burn the chemical stink off my skin. I walked into my apartment, dropped my keys, and didn't even take off my shoes before collapsing on the couch. My phone buzzed once, some district-wide memo from corporate about heightened awareness and valuing safety. I deleted it without reading the rest. The next morning I woke up and called out. I'd never done that before. Not once. But I couldn't do it. Couldn't walk back into that store and pretend like any of it meant something. Brad didn't call to check in, didn't text. He marked me as no show in the system. The weekend passed in a fog. I tried distracting myself, cleaned my apartment, cooked real food, something I hadn't done in weeks, but the feeling of uselessness clung to everything. By Monday morning, I'd made my decision. I walked into the store just after noon, out of uniform for the first time in years. Brad was at the front register, face buried in his phone as usual. He looked up, startled when I approached. Erica, we were going to call you if you didn't. I handed him my badge and store keys. Don't bother. He blinked. Wait, I'm done. You're quitting? I should have quit a year ago, I said, keeping my voice calm. But I stayed. Because I cared. I kept this place standing when we had no coverage. When you didn't know what side of the building the breaker was on. When half the team walked out last fall. I stayed. And then you let me get shoved into the floor and acted like it was my fault." He tried to interrupt. I raised a hand. "I don't need a speech. I just want you to know you don't deserve this crew. And you sure as hell don't deserve me." And with that, I walked out. It didn't feel triumphant, just necessary. Like closing a door that had been swinging open in the wind for too long. A week later, I saw it on Facebook. A post from someone I used to work with at a different Family Dollar in North Baton Rouge. Same group of boys, same routine. Except this time the cashier was a 19-year-old girl working alone. They hit fast. She tried to block the door. One of them threw a bottle of dish soap. It hit her square in the head. She went down hard. The comments were full of outrage. Customers demanding more cameras. Employees begging for double staffing. Corporate issuing another bland, pre-written statement about employee well-being and commitment to community. I stared at the screen for a long time. Not crying. Not even shocked. Just numb. I hadn't thrown away my uniform yet. It was folded in a bag by the door, like maybe some part of me thought I'd go back. That I'd tough it out, rebuild the pieces, make it work. But that day, I dropped it in the trash. The truth is, these stores don't fall apart because of crime. They fall apart because the people in charge stop listening. Because they treat their workers like they're disposable. Because the silence from the top becomes so loud, it drowns out the screams from the bottom. I got lucky. I got out before it got worse. But not everyone does. Courage doesn't always look like running toward danger. Sometimes it's walking away from a place that refuses to value you. No job is worth your safety, your dignity, or your silence. Stand up, speak out, and when they still don't listen, leave the keys behind. If you'd asked me a year ago what scared me, I would have given you the usual answers. Heights, losing people I loved, public speaking. You know, the safe, predictable fears. The ones you say when you're not actually afraid of anything real. But that was before the spring semester. Before I learned that real fear doesn't show up with horror music or jump scares. It creeps in through the normal stuff. A routine, a glance, a smile that stays just a little too long. I never thought I'd become someone who flinches when someone walks too close. Or someone who triple checks the locks before bed and sleeps with pepper spray under the pillow. But here I am, Ava Daniels, 20 years old, second-year psych major at Fort Wayne State. I was always the logical one in my friend group. The calm one. The one who never overreacted. That changed last semester when I had my first real brush with a stalker. Someone who didn't care about restraining orders, didn't listen to no, and somehow knew things I never told anyone. I got lucky. The police actually took it seriously. I had proof. He eventually got arrested. But the scar stayed. I stayed on campus all summer, skipped visiting home, avoided small places with bad lighting or too few exits. And for the most part, I stayed quiet. My friends got it. My roommate Kayla especially. She stopped asking why I didn't like going out, why I avoided parking lots and corner stores, until one rainy October afternoon when she convinced me to go with her to Family Dollar. Just a quick run, she said. 5 minutes. What could possibly happen? What happened next wasn't a horror movie. There were no monsters or ghosts, just a man, a regular man, wearing a hoodie, with a voice that was too calm, and eyes that didn't blink. It had just started raining by the time we pulled into the Family Dollar lot off East State BLVD. The kind of soft, misty rain that blurs streetlights and makes everything feel quieter than it should. It was a Saturday, late afternoon, just before 6. Kayla was driving. I sat in the passenger seat, hoodie up, headphones in, but no music playing. I don't really listen to music in public anymore. I like to hear what's around me. I like to know if someone's behind me, if someone says my name. Just snacks and paper towels, Kayla promised. We'll be in and out, promise. I nodded. She was being sweet about it. She always was. She hadn't pushed me to leave campus all semester. This was the first time she'd even asked. I figured I owed her the 5 minutes. The store was busier than I expected. A few kids ran around near the toy aisle. A mom wrestled with a cart full of plastic Halloween buckets. There was an older man near the back, too, tall, wiry, wearing a dark gray hoodie and old jeans. I clocked him instantly. Not because he looked scary, just still. People move when they shop. They bend, they glance, they scan shelves. He didn't. Kayla peeled off toward the snack aisle. "You good for the towels?" I gave a small thumbs up. As I moved toward the detergent section, the man turned around. Just like that, like he knew I was there. Our eyes met for half a second, and my stomach dropped. His stare wasn't casual, it wasn't curious, it was focused, sharp. "Hey," he said, stepping slightly closer. "Haven't I seen you around before?" I didn't answer, just shook my head and moved past him. My heart had already started racing, a little faster than necessary. But I've learned to trust that feeling. He followed. "You from the college, right?" he asked. "You look like the type. Psychology, maybe?" I stopped. That's when the cold set in. Not on my skin, but inside me. That was too specific, too accurate. And I never wore anything school-branded, not since last year. I turned and walked back toward the front, looking for Kayla. I spotted her near the cooler. "Let's go," I whispered, grabbing her arm. "Now." She looked confused but didn't argue. She knew me well enough to read my face. We rushed through self-checkout. He got in line behind us. Too close, no items, just a presence. Outside, the rain had picked up. We jogged to my car. I fumbled with the keys, got in fast, locked the doors. Kayla laughed nervously. "Okay, that was creepy, but we're fine, right?" I wanted to believe her, but as I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw him still standing under the store awning, just watching and smiling. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it in my head. The way he turned around like he'd been waiting. The way he said psychology, like he already knew. The way he smiled. By 2 a.m., I was still awake, scrolling aimlessly, eyes darting between the phone and the window. That's when I heard it. Gravel. Shifting. Our house is tucked between two others on a quiet street, mostly students and retirees. Nobody drives around this time of night. Nobody pulls up slowly and leaves their engine running. But someone had. I moved toward the window slowly, keeping the lights off. Pulled the blinds back just enough to peek. There it was. A black sedan, no headlights, engine on, parked across the street. And in the driver's seat, a figure. Still. Hoodie up. Head turned toward our house. "Kayla," I whispered, backing away from the window. "Wake up." She came out of her room, eyes heavy. "What?" "Look outside, across the street. Is that him?" She peeked out the blinds and froze. Oh my God. We sat in the living room for the next 4 hours, bat in hand, pepper spray on the coffee table, phone in my lap with campus security on speed dial. By the time we called them, the car was gone. The silence after that? It wasn't relief. It was a warning. I filed a report the next morning. Campus security was sympathetic but limited. They recommended installing cameras, gave me a brochure about personal safety, and told me to avoid walking alone at night. As if I didn't already. I went back to the Family Dollar later that week, asked to speak with the manager, told them what happened, described the man. She shook her head, frustrated. "We don't have working cameras outside," she said. "We've had issues, but corporate's slow." Great, that wasn't the end. We saw the car again, once parked outside our usual coffee shop, another time on the street behind our campus library, always idle, always facing us, never getting out. I didn't wait for something worse to happen. I started carrying a safety alarm, took a self-defense class, changed my walking routes, got a second deadbolt installed. But that pit in my stomach, it never really left. Weeks passed, The car stopped showing up, but the fear had already taken root. I stopped going to stores altogether. I shopped online. I only went out when Kayla was with me. And even then, I never let my guard down. I tried to explain it once to someone. What it's like when you feel hunted but can't prove it. They said I was being dramatic, paranoid. But paranoia fades when it's wrong. It sharpens when it's right. There was no final moment. No big confrontation. No closure. That's the worst part. He didn't break in. He didn't attack. He didn't even text. He just watched. Until he didn't. But that's the thing about people like that. You don't know when they're done. You only know when they're present. Now, even when I'm safe, I still look. Because danger doesn't always approach. Sometimes it just waits for you to stop watching. It's been a year. I'm still here. Still in school. Still with Kayla, thank God. We moved to a new apartment with a secured building. We have cameras now. I carry a small knife in my bag and have my location shared with 3 people at all times. I still don't go to small stores alone. But I'm not scared anymore. Not like before. I'm prepared. I've talked to other girls who've been through things like this. It's more common than people want to admit. The smiling man. The unblinking eyes. The watcher who doesn't speak until it's too late. People ask me why I still think about it. Why it still makes my skin crawl. Because real danger doesn't always attack. Sometimes it just lingers. Quiet, watching from a car across the street. Always trust your instincts, even when no one else does. Fear isn't weakness, it's awareness. If something feels off, don't explain it away. Speak up. Leave. Protect yourself. It's better to be cautious and wrong than silent and right too late. Because danger doesn't always roar. Sometimes it waits for you to doubt yourself. They say people forget things quickly now. A viral video might get replaced by another one in a matter of days, a week if you're lucky. But what no one talks about is what happens after. When the views drop off, but your face keeps showing up in people's memory like a bad reflex. I was 17 when that clip of me dancing behind the Family Dollar during my lunch break made its rounds online. It was dumb. Just me goofing around to a song I liked, alone behind the dumpster, wearing headphones. No idea someone was filming from a car across the lot. The music was tinny, the lighting was awful, and the caption read, "When you work retail and finally snap." 10 million views, 1,000 comments. None of them kind. They called me the parking lot loon, cashier crackhead, and worse. I deleted my social media, stopped answering texts, switched schools halfway through senior year and barely scraped my diploma together. And somehow I stayed at that same Family Dollar. I don't really know why. I guess if you get humiliated in a place long enough, it becomes the only place you don't have to pretend. By 25, I'd perfected invisibility. I spoke when necessary, smiled when customers looked directly at me, and mastered the art of fading into fluorescent corners. I lived with my mom in a 2-bedroom off 3rd Street. We shared bills, argued about groceries, and mostly stayed out of each other's way. Thursday nights were always slow, especially in early October when the sun dipped early and the breeze started to bite. That evening, the aisles were nearly empty, and I was counting out the till before close when the bell above the door jingled. I looked up and saw him again. The man in the gray vest. He was probably in his 40s. Balding, a small beard, average build. He drove an old green pickup with rust along the bumper and a window that didn't quite close. I'd seen him a handful of times before. Always around the same time. Always buying canned soup, lighters, or sinus meds. Things people get when they don't plan to stay long. But that night he didn't go straight for the shelves. He lingered near the entrance like he was waiting for someone, then made his way slowly to the register. "Hey," he said with a nod, setting down a can of tomato bisque and a cheap flashlight. "You always wear your hair down?" I blinked. "What?" "Your hair. Just wondering if it ever goes up. You've got one of those faces that's probably better shown off." I didn't answer, just scanned his items, hit the total, and mumbled the price. He paid in cash, exact change. When I handed him his receipt, his fingers brushed mine a second longer than necessary. "You don't remember me, do you?" he asked. I met his eyes then. Something about the way he tilted his head, like we were already in the middle of a conversation I hadn't agreed to, made my stomach twist. "I don't think so," I said quietly. "Gas station," he said. "Out by the high school. You used to work there, didn't you? A few years back." "I've only ever worked here," I replied. He smiled too quickly, like he was covering something. "Huh. Guess I've got the wrong girl." He left with a nod. The bell jingled again behind him. I stood still for a few seconds, listening to the empty aisles hum under the flickering lights. I don't know why, but my hands were shaking when I opened the till again. I told myself it was nothing. Just a confused customer, misremembered face. It happens all the time, right? But later that night, as I walked to the end of the lot where my mom was parked, I caught sight of that rusted green truck idling across the street, headlights off, just waiting. The next few nights he didn't show. I tried not to think about it, tried not to jump every time a customer wore gray or paid in cash, but I couldn't stop looking out the front windows. I even started walking different routes home. Not because I was scared, not exactly, just cautious. Tuesday came. I walked behind the old clinic like I always used to before Mom got her new work schedule. It was faster, quieter, no traffic lights. That day, I caught a flicker of green metal parked at the edge of the alleyway, half tucked behind a dumpster. Same truck, no mistake. He didn't get out, didn't start the engine. Just sat there with the window cracked and one hand dangling over the door, watching. I didn't stop walking, just kept my eyes forward and my pace steady until I was at the main road again, where there were lights, cars, people. I didn't tell my mom. I knew how it would sound. A man you don't know might be watching you, maybe, but he hasn't said or done anything. That kind of worry gets swept under the rug fast. The next day at work, he came in again. This time, the line was long. People buying Halloween candy, last-minute dinner stuff. He waited until every other register was busy, then walked right into mine, even though 2 other lanes were shorter. "You're looking tired," he said, setting down allergy meds and 2 frozen burritos. "Not sleeping well?" I stared at the scanner. "Do you need a bag?" He didn't blink. "We used to talk more than this." "No, we didn't," I said, sharper than I meant to. His eyes narrowed, but just for a second. Then he smiled again, like we were playing some private game. Memory's a tricky thing. Sometimes it takes a jolt. He paid and left without another word. That night, I asked my manager if I could switch to mornings. She told me the schedule was set through the end of the month. "Besides," she said, "he's just a customer, Shelley. People like him talk to everyone. You're quiet. Maybe he feels safe around you." Safe. That word echoed in my head long after I clocked out. 2 days later, he brought me coffee. Gas station blend, still warm. He didn't buy anything else, just walked straight up to the register, placed the cup near the scanner and said, "Thought you might need this." "I can't accept that," I said flatly. "No strings," he said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Just something to take the chill off." I didn't touch it. I waited until he left and dumped it straight into the mop sink in the back. That night I brought it up again to my manager. I tried to make it clear this wasn't about customer service anymore. This was about feeling unsafe. She gave me a tight smile. "If it escalates, we'll report it. But right now it's awkward, not illegal." That word again. Awkward. As if my fear was just a social discomfort to be managed, not a signal to be taken seriously. The next evening, he didn't come in. I felt relief for exactly 6 minutes, until I stepped outside at closing and saw his truck again. He wasn't parked across the street this time. He was idling in the store lot, 1 row over, pretending to look at his phone. I stayed inside for almost half an hour, sat in the break room pretending to check stock orders. I only left when 2 co-workers walked out with me. He was gone, but something in me had shifted. I didn't feel cautious anymore, I felt hunted. It happened on a Thursday. I'd opened the store that morning, early shift, first one there. We had a shipment due that never showed, so I was already irritated by the time I took my first break. I just wanted to sit down for 10 minutes with my stale vending machine muffin and instant coffee. I opened my locker and found the note. It was folded twice, tucked behind my name badge. I don't remember dropping anything. I don't remember breathing. I just stared at the paper for what felt like a full minute before I touched it. No handwriting I recognized, just a single message. I know what it feels like to be watched. You were never alone. I just wish you knew that sooner. That was the last straw. I didn't finish my shift. I didn't call my manager. I just walked out. My legs carried me home like they didn't belong to me, like I was watching someone else from above. I sat on the couch for hours that night with every light in the apartment on, all the curtains drawn. When my mom got home, she asked if I was sick. I told her I was quitting. She didn't ask for a reason. She just nodded, as if she already knew I'd reached some kind of invisible line. I sent my resignation through email the next morning. No fanfare, no explanation. I never went back for my final check. I asked them to mail it. Months passed. I picked up temp work where I could, stocking shelves at a drugstore, sorting returns at a warehouse. Nothing that required a uniform or a name tag. Nothing that gave people a reason to talk to me longer than necessary. I stopped using my real name on applications. Started going by Rochelle B, or sometimes just R. I bought a cheap hoodie with a deep front pocket and kept pepper spray in it like a charm. I took the long route everywhere, doubled back on sidewalks, crossed streets twice if I felt a shadow near mine. Sometimes I still see trucks that look like his, rusted bumpers, tinted windows. I don't wait to find out. I don't tell anyone about what happened. There's no incident report, no official record. Just a stack of memories like frayed receipts in the back of a drawer, evidence no one asked for, and no one would believe even if they did. But I know what it's like to be followed quietly, to be noticed too closely by someone who believes they're entitled to the idea of you. I know what it's like to feel like a ghost in your own story, like someone rewrote your script and left you out of the rewrite. And worst of all, I know what it's like when no one listens until it's too late. He never came back. Or maybe he did, and I just didn't recognize him. Sometimes I think the scariest part wasn't that he watched me. It's that he made me question whether I'd seen him at all. And that feeling of being seen but never believed, it doesn't go away. Not all threats come with loud footsteps or raised voices. Sometimes they come disguised as attention, as politeness, as coincidence. But when your instincts whisper, listen, you don't owe anyone your comfort. You don't have to explain your fear to be allowed to feel safe. Trust yourself. That's the one kind of seeing no one can take away from you. They don't tell you that silence has a weight to it. It's not just the lack of sound. It's what fills the space instead. Your own thoughts, the memories that replay when the TV's off, the way your chest tightens at 2:13 a.m. because the house creaked, and you're not sure if it was just the wind or something else. 3 months after I left my husband, I was still learning how to breathe again. 8 years of walking on eggshells doesn't just leave bruises on the outside. You stop trusting your instincts. You second-guess the feeling in your gut because you spent so long being told you were just too sensitive. Living alone was my choice. Necessary. But it didn't mean I felt safe. I had finally scrubbed him from my life. His toothbrush, his socks, the whiskey glasses he never washed. I changed the locks, got a dog, a little mutt named Jasper with a bark far bigger than his bite. I had routines. Yoga at 6, work emails by 8, groceries on Sunday afternoons, safe times, safe places. That Sunday in mid-July was humid in a way only Alabama understands. The kind of thick, heavy air that sticks to your neck. I needed trash bags, sponges, and one of those cheap pine-scented air fresheners. I didn't think much of it, just a quick trip to Family Dollar. I didn't know it yet, but that would be the last time I'd ever walk into a store without scanning every aisle for danger. Family Dollar looked mostly empty when I walked in. The flicker of fluorescent lights, 2 aisles blocked with orange tape, a cashier with a side braid scrolling through her phone behind the counter, and that smell. Cleaning supplies and something old beneath it. Dust, maybe, or mildew. He was near the air fresheners, stocky and still. Buzz cut, gray shirt stretched over his stomach. I noticed him because he didn't move when I passed, just looked, long enough that I felt it. That awful burn at the back of your neck when someone's watching. I made myself ignore it. I had gotten good at that. I turned down the aisle with the sponges, trying to move quickly, grab the stuff, get out. But he was there again, closer this time, pretending to look at paper towels. No cart, no basket, just standing there. And then, his voice, low, slurred, soft hands. Bet you keep the rest of you clean too. I froze. You know that feeling when the world kind of narrows? Like everything around you blurs except the one thing that suddenly feels wrong? I had that. My stomach clenched. My mind started shouting, leave, now, go. Don't say anything, don't look at him, just go. I turned and left the aisle without saying a word. That's when I realized the cameras weren't on. No blinking lights, just black screens above the door. He followed again. Quiet, deliberate. And suddenly I wasn't in a dollar store anymore. I was trapped in a memory. Back in my old house, hiding in the bathroom after another one of his outbursts, waiting for the yelling to stop. I hated how fast my body went back there. I did what I always used to do. I made myself small. Walked slowly. Pretended I didn't feel the heat of him just a few feet behind. But when I turned the corner toward the front, I saw him again. He wasn't shopping. He was waiting. He stood between me and the exit, arms crossed, watching me. Not with curiosity. Not even anger. It was worse than that. He looked like he was enjoying it. Like this was some kind of game. I reached into my purse and pulled out my phone. Didn't even unlock it, just hit the record button and pointed the lens toward him as I walked. He didn't move out of the way. I had to brush past him. That's when I heard it. Bitch got teeth, he muttered. Just loud enough. I kept walking. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the phone. I told the cashier. She didn't even look up from her phone. He's in here all the time, she said, like I'd asked her where the shampoo was. Never buys anything. That was it. No apology, no concern, no offer to walk me to my car. I sat in my car with the engine off for nearly 10 minutes, just breathing, checking the rearview mirror every 30 seconds. I didn't even cry. I felt numb, like my body had gone through something my mind hadn't caught up to yet. At home, I uploaded the video to my private Facebook. No tags. Just a long caption. This isn't about what he said. It's about how small I felt, how invisible I was to everyone else. I didn't say anything clever or confront him. I just survived it. And that's the part that breaks my heart. I expected silence. Instead, my inbox flooded. Women messaged me. Some I didn't even know. One said, "He followed me to my car 2 weeks ago. I thought I was imagining things." Another said, "He parks outside the store sometimes. I never go alone anymore." I screenshotted everything. Took it to the police. Turns out he had a history, a prior charge from another county. Public harassment. They found him the next day, sitting outside a laundromat, just watching. They arrested him quietly. That was supposed to be the end. But it didn't fix me. A week later, I ran out of paper towels. I stood in my kitchen holding the empty cardboard tube, wondering why the thought of going back to Family Dollar made me want to vomit. I went anyway. Not because I was brave, but because I had to prove to myself that I could. that I wasn't going to let him own the air around me. He wasn't there. But a man was. Different face. Older. Harmless, probably. And still, I flinched when he entered the aisle. I clutched my phone like a weapon. I scanned every mirror, checked every corner. Because once you learn how easily normal becomes dangerous, you don't ever really unlearn it. The cashier was new. She smiled at me. "You okay, ma'am?" she asked. I nodded, lied, paid in cash, drove home. That night I walked Jasper around the block twice. Not because I needed the fresh air, but because I needed to believe I could. The world tells women to be alert, be careful, carry keys between your fingers, share your location. But no one teaches the world not to be the thing we fear. Sometimes surviving doesn't look like a fight. Sometimes it's just walking past someone who wants to scare you and refusing to disappear. Danger doesn't always wear a mask or raise its voice. Sometimes it smiles. Sometimes it waits. And sometimes the loudest thing in the room is what no one else hears at all. I never planned to move to Fresno, especially not the east side. I had a good rhythm going in Sacramento, steady freelance design work, a cozy studio apartment, and just enough distance from family to breathe. But when my little brother Micah got hit by a drunk driver on his way home from school, everything shifted. His left leg was fractured in 2 places. My mom couldn't leave her job in Oregon, and our dad's been out of the picture since we were kids. So, it was me. I packed up, canceled a few contracts, and moved into a month-to-month rental near Kings Canyon Road. Micah needed help with cooking, laundry, rides to therapy. The neighborhood wasn't dangerous, not really, but it wasn't home either. Strip malls, empty lots, streetlights that only worked half the time. My car stood out. My license plate was still tagged Sacramento, and people looked at me like I didn't belong. I worked from the kitchen table during the day and stayed up late scrolling through design boards and sipping cold coffee. Micah mostly stayed in bed, binging shows and gaming, which was fine. He needed time to heal. That Thursday night in December, he asked me to grab a cheap headset so he could join his friends online. He was bored out of his mind, and I couldn't say no, not after what he'd been through. I grabbed my keys, a spare 20, and threw on a jacket. Family Dollar was a few minutes away, and I figured it'd be a quick in-and-out trip before closing. That's where all this started. In a quiet little store with fluorescent lights, 2 customers, and a headset I wish I'd never picked up. It was 8:10 p.m. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a single car with 1 headlight parked 2 spaces away from mine. Inside, it was what you'd expect. Half-stocked shelves, a sleepy pop song on the overhead speaker, and the kind of stale, dry air that made your throat feel scratchy. The headset was in the back, shoved near a wall of discount electronics. As I walked down the aisle, I noticed a man already there, tall, thin, maybe early 40s. He wore a faded leather jacket and jeans stained at the knees. I caught the smell as I passed him, stale cigarettes and something else I couldn't place. He didn't say anything, but he didn't move either. I crouched down, grabbed the last wired headset from the bottom shelf and stood up. That's when I noticed he wasn't looking at the products. He was looking at me. No smile, no blinking, just watching. I turned quickly and headed to the front. The only cashier looked to be around my age. He had a buzzed haircut and a pair of headphones slung around his neck. He scanned the headset, glanced behind me, and lowered his voice. "You good?" I leaned in. "I think someone's following me. Could you maybe keep an eye when I leave?" He nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, I'll lock the doors right after." I paid and walked fast to my car. My heart pounded hard enough that I could feel it in my ears. I didn't see the man behind me, but as I pulled out of the lot, I glanced back. There he was, standing behind the glass doors, just staring. That night, after microwaving dinner and checking on Micah, I settled into my usual routine, TV low, dog curled at my feet, phone in my lap. Around 11:20 p.m., I got a text. No name, no profile picture, just a number I didn't recognize. Nice headset. You always go cheap? I stared at it for a long time. My first instinct was that it was spam, a scam. But my stomach twisted. I hadn't posted about the headset. I hadn't even told Micah I bought one. The only person who knew was the cashier. I didn't respond. Just blocked the number. The next night, another text. Different number. Your porch light burned out. I ran to the front window. Sure enough, the bulb above the porch door was flickering dimly. I hadn't noticed. I told myself it was coincidence. A guess. But then came the third message, 2 nights later. That red hoodie suits you better than the blue one. That night I'd worn the red hoodie to walk the trash out around 6 p.m. That was it. I called the police. I explained everything, starting from Family Dollar all the way to the texts. The officer I spoke to was polite, but distant. Unfortunately, unless they make a direct threat or show up again, there's not much we can do. Can't you trace the number? Most likely spoofed or a burner. We'll file a report. It didn't feel like enough. I started leaving the porch light on all night, even swapped the bulb for a brighter one. I bought blackout curtains and installed a cheap motion sensor from Home Depot. Slept with my keys under my pillow next to a small kitchen knife. For a few days, nothing happened. Then one night I noticed a car idling across the street. Lights off, engine running. Same shape as the car I saw in the Family Dollar lot. One headlight dimmer than the other. I turned off every light and stood behind the curtain, watching. He didn't get out. Just sat there. Engine humming. After 20 minutes, he drove off. The next morning, I went back to Family Dollar. Daytime this time. I wanted to see if he was still around. As I walked in, the same cashier looked up and immediately recognized me. That guy's been coming in more, he said quietly. Doesn't buy anything. Last week he asked if we sold pepper spray. Pepper spray? Yeah, thought he was joking at first, but he wasn't laughing. I filed a second report that afternoon. I packed a bag for Micah and drove him across town to stay with our cousin for a while. I couldn't sleep knowing he was in the house. Even with the lights, the knife, and the cameras, I didn't feel safe. But what haunted me more than anything was the silence. The text stopped after that. No threats, no taunts, just nothing. That should have made me feel better. Should have meant it was over. But it didn't. Because when the noise stops, that's when you start imagining worse. I jumped at every knock on the door. I kept my curtains drawn all day. I scanned every face at the gas station, every car parked too long near the corner. I got a second lock on the door. I stopped taking out the trash after dark. One night, the motion sensor tripped around 3 a.m. I checked the camera footage. Just a raccoon. But my heart wouldn't calm down for hours. I never found out who he was. Maybe I never will. But I know what he did. He took the ordinary and turned it into something I don't recognize anymore. He made me scared of the walk to my car, of a blinking porch light, of silence. I still freelance, still take care of my brother. But I don't shop alone at night. I don't open messages from unknown numbers. And I don't tell myself, it's probably nothing anymore. Because once it is something, you never forget what it feels like to be watched. Not every threat wears a mask. Not every danger comes with noise. Sometimes it comes quietly, lingering in the spaces we once felt safest. Trust your instincts. Don't wait for proof to act. The scariest thing about being followed is not knowing when it started, and not knowing when it ends. Long before the police tape and press vans and the hollow apologies, there were shelves to be stocked and bills to pay. People think rock bottom is a moment, something you hit like the end of a fall. But for me, it wasn't a crash. It was a stretch of years, a slow grind, divorce, debt, working late shifts while Taylor, just 8 at the time, warmed up SpaghettiOs by herself. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with stained carpet and neighbors who fought loud enough for us to memorize their names. I did what I had to do, saved where I could, took every shift, smiled through it. It took 5 years to get that assistant manager badge at the Family Dollar on South Arlington. I earned it by unclogging toilets, calming down shoplifters, counting cash drawers at 2 a.m., and always showing up. The first time I held that plastic badge with my name on it, I cried in the break room. Not because it changed my life, but because it meant I could finally stop borrowing money from my sister every other month. Taylor turned 17 last fall. She's smart, fierce, and stubborn in a way that both impresses and terrifies me. She's taller than me now. Thinks she knows better. Sometimes maybe she does. But I always told myself that no matter what mistakes I made in life, at least I raised her with love, with fight, with the belief she could stand up for herself. I wish I hadn't taught her that last part so well. Back in early December, before the air turned bitter and the sidewalks turned to gray slush, I had to fire a guy named Thomas Rainey, middle-aged, the kind of man whose eyes you never quite trusted even when he smiled. Always wore a dingy brown jacket, talked to the younger girls like he didn't know how old he was. He got caught pocketing vape pens during a shipment. First time was a warning. Second time he was out. I wrote him up, walked him out, and thought that was the end of it. It wasn't. Taylor had just started working part-time over at the Kenmore Boulevard location. A manager friend of mine owed me a favor, and I figured a job would teach her a little responsibility, give her some savings before college. I made sure to talk her up, said she was mature, dependable. She'd seen me grind her whole life. I thought she'd be safe. When she mentioned that Thomas had started showing up at her store, I got a cold feeling in my chest. Just browsing, she said. Smiles weird, doesn't buy anything. I brushed it off at first, told myself maybe it was a coincidence. But then came the second time. He talked to me, she told me on a rainy Tuesday night. Said he knew my schedule, that you trained me well. Said I looked too young to be working late. I remember standing in my kitchen, hands wet from rinsing dishes, looking at her like I didn't know her for a second. What do you mean he knew your schedule? She shrugged. I guess he's been paying attention. I called her manager, told him everything. He said he'd keep an eye out. But there was no threat, no touching, no police report, nothing actionable. Switched to morning shifts, I told her that night. She leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Why? Because some creep looked at me wrong? Because I said so, I snapped. I'm not scared, Mom, you're overreacting. But I wasn't. I knew something was wrong. I could feel it like a weight behind my ribs. But Taylor, God, she had my pride. She wanted to prove she could handle herself. So I let it go. I let her go back in for her next shift. That decision is the one I replay the most. Wednesday, February 7th. I remember the sky being a kind of blank gray, the kind where the light doesn't come from the sun but from nowhere at all. The parking lot out front of our store was crusted with blackened snow piles, half melted and refrozen a dozen times over. I had just finished inventory and was closing out the safe. My shift had ended an hour ago, but I lingered. Something didn't feel right. I had texted Taylor 3 times. No response. How's it going over there? Let me know when you take your break. You good? Nothing. I called once. Straight to voicemail. That's when I felt the first crack in the shell of my day. At 4:25 p.m., I told my manager I needed to take care of something across town. No explanation. Just left. Drove with the heat on full blast but didn't feel any of it. I was rehearsing a speech in my head, something about not playing tough, about knowing when to listen to your gut. But when I turned the corner onto Kenmore Boulevard, I saw it. Police cars, tape, lights, a crowd gathering across the street. I slammed the brakes so hard my seatbelt burned my chest. My door was open before the car stopped. I ran, slipped on the slush, caught myself on a parked car. I was already screaming. The cop wouldn't let me through. Ma'am, you need to stay behind the tape. My daughter works here, I yelled. Taylor Moore, she's 17, she's inside. Let me through. Another officer stepped in, younger, quieter. He asked my name, asked hers. I must have looked like an animal, eyes wide, chest heaving, mud on my jeans. He didn't tell me right away, just said, "Come with me." They walked me behind the store, into the alley, past a dumpster. That's where I saw him, Thomas Rainey, on his knees, cuffed, face bruised. Not a scratch of regret in his eyes, just blank, like none of it mattered. One officer was holding him back, another was taking photos. He didn't even look at me. They didn't let me go inside. But I saw the stretcher. I saw the white sheet. My knees gave out before I even asked the question. I knew. You never think grief will come with questions. You expect the sadness, the rage, the emptiness. What you don't expect are the interrogations, the ones you ask yourself, the ones asked by people with badges and notepads, the ones asked by neighbors pretending to care. I sat in a cold room at the precinct the next morning. Same jacket, no sleep. My coffee had gone cold on the table. "Mrs. Moore," the detective began. "Ms.," I corrected automatically. "Right. Sorry. Can you walk us through what you knew about Thomas Rainey?" And there it was, the question that would come again and again. I told them about the write-ups, about the vape pens, about the way he talked to girls. I told them I fired him. I told them I'd warned my daughter's manager, that I'd told her to switch shifts. I told them everything, but it wasn't enough. It didn't bring her back. And in the quiet moments when the calls stopped and the flowers wilted and the casseroles went cold, I started asking myself a different question. Why didn't I push harder? Why didn't I drive her to work that day? Why didn't I go to her manager and demand she be pulled from the schedule? Because I trusted her. Because she trusted herself. Because we both thought being brave meant ignoring fear. The funeral was small, just family, co-workers, a few of Taylor's classmates. Her old English teacher read a poem. My sister held my hand so tightly I lost feeling. I stood beside her casket, looking at the girl I raised, the girl I failed to protect. The days after blurred together. The store gave me leave. My manager friends texted, "So sorry for your loss, let me know if you need anything." I didn't respond. I didn't want flowers. I didn't want pity. I wanted one more chance to say, "Don't go in today." Call out, "Let's go get pancakes instead." Thomas pled guilty. No trial. His lawyer blamed mental illness. The judge called it a tragedy. I called it murder. The press lost interest after 2 weeks, moved on to the next crime, the next broken mother. But I didn't move on. I still haven't. It's July now. The sidewalk outside the store is clean. The slush is gone. People smile again, laugh, buy snacks and toilet paper and toys for their kids. But I haven't gone back to work. Can't. The manager says my position's still open, but I won't walk into that store again. I started cleaning houses part-time. Quiet work, no uniforms, no shelves, no teenage employees with bright eyes and brave words. I still check the locks at night. Still wake up thinking I missed something. Sometimes I hear a text ping in my dreams and reach for a phone that isn't ringing. I keep Taylor's name tag on my dresser. Just her first name in block letters. Taylor. Still smells like vanilla lotion. Sometimes I think I hear her laugh. But it's always the silence that follows that breaks me. Not every danger comes with a warning loud enough to hear. Some evils slip in through quiet doors, through policies, pride, and the lie we tell ourselves. It won't happen to me. But it does. And sometimes, bravery is knowing when to not be strong, when to ask for help, when to pull someone back, even if they're fighting you. I taught my daughter to be fearless. I wish I'd taught her that fear is not weakness. Sometimes, it's what saves you. Let me tell you something about being invisible. It's not as peaceful as it sounds. People think isolation is a kind of peace, a quiet life away from the noise. But in truth, it's just a life where no one checks if you've stopped breathing. I wasn't always this way. But for as long as I can remember, I've been on the edge of every room. watching more than speaking, listening more than living. As a kid, I was the strange one, the quiet one. I didn't know how to make friends, and eventually I stopped trying. My world got small, then smaller. After high school, I worked a few jobs here and there, nothing that stuck. But it didn't matter because I had Duke. Duke was my German Shepherd, my best friend, my constant. He knew me in a way people didn't even try to. I used to think if someone could love a dog right, it proved something about their character. Maybe that's naive. Maybe it's the only thing I've ever believed. Duke got sick the winter before last. At first, it was just a limp, a little hesitation when jumping up. But soon it turned to dragging legs, accidents in the house, that deep dog confusion when the body betrays the mind. I held him when the vet gave the injection, watched his eyes dim. I don't think I've felt whole since. It took me almost a year to step outside again, let alone apply for a job. But when I saw the flyer in the laundromat for a part-time shelf stocker at the Family Dollar off 6th Avenue, I figured it was something. Mornings only, no rush, no teenage crowds, just inventory and silence. Marla, the manager, hired me on the spot, said she liked people who didn't talk much, said they got more done. I think she felt sorry for me, but I took the job anyway. Pity can buy groceries just like pride. I liked the job. It wasn't glamorous, but I didn't need it to be. Routine is its own kind of medicine. There was something about the way shelves lined up, the quiet rhythm of it. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't just surviving, I was functioning. But that changed the morning he showed up. It was a Tuesday, around 11:35 mid-April. The store was empty. Overcast sky outside, just enough light to cast long shadows between the aisles. I was refacing some dog food cans when I noticed him. Tall, maybe mid-40s, pale, dark clothes, sunglasses on indoors. He stood by the treats, not looking at anything. When I passed, he said, "You look like a dog guy. German Shepherd, maybe?" I froze. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Had one. Not anymore." He stepped a little closer, dropped his voice like it was something intimate. They're prone to degenerative diseases. It starts in the hips, moves to the spine. You can see it coming, but you can't stop it. I stared at him. How could he know that? "You ever wonder why they get it so often?" he asked. "It's like they're built to break." Then he turned and walked off. Didn't buy anything. Just vanished through the front door. I stood there, my hands still on a can of Alpo, heart hammering in my chest. That was the first time I saw him. And I should have trusted my gut right then. When you've spent most of your life disconnected, you start relying on instincts more than people. You feel things more than you understand them. And what I felt that day lingered deep in my bones, like a warning siren without a sound. I told Marla about him. I didn't even know how to explain it right. Just said, some guy was in the pet aisle, said weird stuff, knew I had a dog. Marla barely looked up from her paperwork. "We get weirdos, just ignore them. You need to finish zoning aisle 6. That was it. I tried to tell myself she was right. Every store has its regular creeps, people who just hang around. Maybe he was guessing. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe the universe was playing tricks on someone who'd been alone too long. But then he came back. 2 days later, same time, same aisle. He didn't speak to me this time, just stood near the dry food, sunglasses on, hands in his jacket pockets, not touching anything. I ducked behind the paper towels and waited for him to leave. After 10 minutes, he just walked out. Third time was a Saturday. I remember because weekends were busier and I thought the crowd would keep him away. It didn't. He stood near the chew toys this time, just close enough to see me. When I looked at him, he smiled like we shared some secret, but I didn't smile back. That night, when I was closing down, I found something tucked between the dog beds. A note. Folded once. No envelope. Pain has patterns. Some dogs just suffer quieter than others. So do people. That was when something cracked open inside me. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak in my apartment sounded like a footstep. Every passing car, a threat. I kept the note in a drawer, not sure if I was more scared of throwing it out or reading it again. Over the next few days, I started arriving late. I couldn't focus. My hands shook when I tried to sort product. Marla noticed. "You all right?" she asked one morning gently. I nodded. Just tired. I couldn't tell her I was being watched, that some stranger had carved out a space in my mind like a nail in soft wood. She wouldn't believe me. Hell, I barely believed me. But the man kept coming, and I stopped pretending everything was normal. There's a moment when fear stops being a feeling and becomes your environment. Like air, like light. You wake up with it. Eat with it. Try to ignore it while it hums in the walls around you. By the time he came the 5th time, I was ready to quit. It was Thursday. I arrived 10 minutes late, already sweating. I walked past the front windows and there he was, just standing outside. No sunglasses this time. His eyes, sunken, gray, unreadable, locked on me. He didn't smile, didn't move. Something in me just broke. I turned around. I didn't clock in, didn't tell Marla. I just walked away, past the dumpster, across the alley, all the way back to my apartment. I sat on the edge of my bed for hours, coat still on, hands clenched. Later that night, I packed a small duffel. Just clothes, some money, my notebook, a photo of Duke. I left a note for the landlord and disappeared. Didn't tell anyone, didn't say goodbye, just left. I took a bus out of Des Moines the next morning. No destination in mind, just away. I ended up in a small town 2 states over, rented a room above a diner, worked odd jobs, dishwashing, janitorial work, nothing permanent. I paid in cash when I could, kept to myself. And still I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up thinking I heard a bell chime, a footstep. That voice, low and matter-of-fact, whispering things no stranger should know. I saw Duke in dreams, always in the aisles of Family Dollar, standing but not moving like he was frozen in time. His legs failing him, his eyes pleading. Sometimes I woke up crying, sometimes not. I never saw the man again, but I carried him with me. It's been 6 months. I don't talk much, still don't have a permanent address. But I've stopped running. I found a job at an animal shelter, cleaning kennels mostly. I don't mind. Dogs are honest. If they like you, you know. If they don't, you don't have to guess. One of them, Charlie, is a senior shepherd with cloudy eyes and stiff legs. I sit with him on my lunch breaks. I tell him things I haven't said aloud in years, like how I used to believe silence was safety, or how sometimes the things that break us don't wear masks. They don't need to. They just smile and wait. I still keep that note. I carry it with me like a scar. Pain has patterns. Yeah, it does. But healing has them too. They just take longer to learn. Some pain doesn't arrive with a scream. It seeps in, quiet, polite, familiar. Sometimes the thing that haunts you isn't a man but a memory. Or a moment you ignored. Trust your instincts. Silence isn't always peace. And loneliness doesn't protect you. It only hides you. The people who survive aren't the ones who stay quiet. They're the ones who speak, even when their voice shakes, even when no one's listening. I've always been a morning person. There's something steady about opening the store before the sun fully warms the sidewalk, when the air still smells like wet concrete and quiet. I'd been working at Family Dollar for almost 6 years. First as a part-timer, then full-time, and eventually assistant manager. It wasn't the kind of job that impressed people, but it was mine. Familiar, predictable. And after Riley left, predictability became my survival strategy. Riley. God, even now saying his name stirs something inside me I wish I could forget. We were together 3 years. Lived in a 1-bedroom walk-up just off Gordon Street. He was charming when he wanted to be. knew how to talk to people, how to make you feel like you were the only person in the room. He was also the kind of man who'd disappear for hours without a text, who'd get distant if you asked too many questions, who smiled while lying straight to your face. 5 months ago, he vanished. I came home from my shift and the apartment was quiet. His shoes by the door were gone. So was his laptop, a duffel bag, and every photo of us from the fridge. The only thing he left behind was the spare key on the kitchen counter. No note, no call, nothing. That kind of abandonment doesn't come with closure. You just, try to keep breathing. I buried myself in work, picked up extra shifts, rearranged displays, cleaned aisles that didn't need cleaning. It was easier than thinking. Valentine's Day was around the corner, and the store was filled with heart-shaped nonsense. Plastic roses, overpriced chocolate, stuffed bears that said, "I love you." It all made my skin crawl. It was Monday morning around 9:30 a.m., and I was stocking laundry detergent in aisle 4 when it happened. I heard the bell over the door, looked up instinctively, and there he was, Riley. He didn't walk in, just stood near the entrance, half shadowed by the cloudy morning light. Denim jacket, same faded boots, but there was something different in his eyes. Not the boyish mischief I used to know. Something colder, like a stranger wearing his face. I blinked. He turned and walked away. I stood there for a full minute, heart hammering, unsure if I'd imagined it. But I hadn't. An hour later, this older woman came up to the counter, looked about 70, hair tucked into a knit cap, walking slow. She placed a small red box on the counter. "Want to return this?" she said. My granddaughter didn't like it. It was a ring, cheap looking, silver band, dull stone, nothing fancy, but something tugged at me. After she left, I checked the morning's transactions. Only one ring had been sold. It wasn't that one. The one that sold was $180, one of those fake diamonds we keep locked up. The one returned wasn't it. Someone had done a swap. I went straight to the security room, pulled up the footage. There he was. Riley, hoodie up, standing behind the woman. He paid in cash, never looked at the camera. The woman did all the talking. I filed a report, called my district manager too. They told me not to jump to conclusions. Said it could be a coincidence. But I knew Riley. This was a message. He knew I'd see it. And he knew I'd know. The next morning, I found a note under my windshield wiper. Folded once, no envelope. Just 5 words in familiar handwriting. Should have kept your mouth shut. Beneath it, in smaller print, some things aren't meant to be returned. My hands shook, my stomach twisted. I called out sick for the rest of the day. And I didn't sleep that night. You learn real fast what kind of fear lingers. It's not the loud kind. It's quiet, slippery, a shadow that follows you in daylight. Tuesday morning, I sat on the edge of my bed for 15 minutes before forcing myself to get dressed. I kept looking at the note. Should have kept your mouth shut. That wasn't just a message. That was a warning, a taunt. I went in anyway, told myself I was being paranoid. I needed the hours. I needed to feel in control of something. By noon, the store was slow. A couple of regulars came in. Ms. Penny from the laundromat, a teenage kid trying to buy a vape battery with food stamps. I was about to restock shelf tags when I saw him again. Riley. This time, he came inside. He walked straight through the automatic doors like he belonged there. No hoodie. Just that denim jacket, that same cocky walk. He looked around like he was taking inventory. Then he saw me, smiled. "Missed this place," he said, casual. "Still feels like home." I stepped back, tried to keep my voice calm. "You need to leave." He took a step closer. "You still lock your window at night?" His voice was low, smooth. "Just wondering." I didn't answer. My hand slipped under the counter and pressed the panic button. He smiled again, then turned and walked out. Just like that. Police showed up 8 minutes later. I gave them everything. The video, the note, the return. The officer, Tallman, I think his name was, seemed genuinely concerned this time. "This guy's trying to mess with you," he said. "Next time, don't wait. Call right away." I didn't go home that night. Slept at my cousin Gina's. I was too afraid to be alone. My mind kept looping back. "You still lock your window at night?" How would he know? He hadn't been in that apartment for months. Unless he'd come back before and I hadn't noticed. I started checking every lock, every curtain, every inch of my life. This wasn't heartbreak anymore. This was survival. By Friday, my district manager finally called me back. "Take some leave, Issa. We'll cover the store." I didn't argue. I was jumpy, unfocused, flinching at every creak. I needed the time. But part of me didn't want to stay home. I started going to the diner on 15th Street, sitting near the windows, drinking bad coffee just to be around people. I hated how Riley had changed me. I wasn't myself anymore. I was just reacting. Saturday morning, around 8 a.m., I got a call from Officer Tallman. "We picked up someone loitering behind the Family Dollar dumpster," he said. I sat straight up. "Was it him?" "Yep," he said. "Name's Riley. We found a bag with him. Zip ties, hunting knife, pepper spray." My mouth went dry. He continued. "He said he was looking for cans, but we're not buying it. He's in custody now. We're filing charges, stalking, harassment, attempted theft, maybe more." It felt like a weight lifted, but also like I'd been hit in the chest. He was going to come back. Again, with zip ties, with a knife. God knows what he was planning. I gave my full statement, everything from the ring to the note to his words at the register. They listened. This time they believed me. That night I cried in the shower for 30 minutes straight. Not because I was scared, because I had let someone like him in. They offered to transfer me. New store, new location, 2 towns over. I said yes. Didn't even think twice. The old apartment felt like a crime scene. I gave notice the same day. Found a small rental near the new store. Installed extra locks. Bought a personal alarm. Even changed my phone number. Starting over is messy, but sometimes it's the only choice you have. I tried dating again. Once. It didn't last long. He asked why I checked my phone every 5 minutes. Why I never wanted to meet at home. I couldn't explain it in a way that made sense. Because it wasn't about him. It was about the version of me Riley left behind. The woman who trusted too easily. The one who didn't see the red flags until they were neon. It's been 8 months now. Riley pled out. Got probation, counseling, mandatory no-contact order. But paper can't stop nightmares. Some nights I wake up thinking I hear his boots on the stairs. Other nights I dream he's inside, watching me sleep, smiling. People ask why I'm still scared. I tell them the truth. Because the threat doesn't always come from a stranger in an alley. Sometimes it wears a smile you loved once. It knows how you take your coffee. Which window sticks when you open it. Where you keep the spare key. I changed everything. But fear? Fear finds its way back. Every Valentine's season I see the displays. Plastic hearts, fake roses, and I want to scream. Because that's not love. Love doesn't leave you bleeding emotionally. Love doesn't stalk you. Doesn't send threats. Doesn't hide behind dumpsters with a bag full of restraints. Love lets go. And the people who don't? They were never loved to begin with. Not all love is safe. And not every goodbye means it's over, especially when obsession replaces affection. Know the signs. Trust your instincts. Because the people who truly love you will never make you feel afraid in your own home. They say you hit rock bottom and then you bounce back. That's a lie. There's no bounce. There's just gravity and pain and silence. I hit bottom 3 years ago when I got drunk before picking up my daughter from school. I never made it. A flat tire on Central Ave saved her from seeing me like that. Cops found me slumped over the wheel in the school parking lot, the pickup still running, the seat soaked in spilled vodka. Her backpack was in the back seat. I haven't seen her since. Court took away custody. Her mother, Serena, took what little was left of my reputation. And I took the night shift at Family Dollar. It wasn't much. A small store on the edge of Albuquerque, where the city blurs into dust and wind. I sat in the back office with a bank of flickering monitors, half of them barely working, all of them covered in the ghost of cigarette smoke and time. Still, it was something. The job didn't ask questions, it just asked me to stay awake and watch. I'd been sober 16 months. The craving never really goes away, but I was learning to live with it. Nights were the hardest. Nothing but your thoughts and the hum of dying fluorescent lights to keep you company. That Sunday night in May started like every other. I clocked in just before midnight, ate a stale sandwich in the break room, punched up the cameras, checked the locks. Around 1:30 a.m., I stepped out for a smoke behind the store. The desert wind was up, dry, sharp, with that low whistle you hear just before a dust storm. I didn't mind it. The wind didn't judge. That's when I saw them. 2 cars parked in the back lot, way past the lights. 1 white SUV, 1 silver sedan. The engines were off. I saw 3 men standing around the open trunk of the SUV. One lit a cigarette. Another pulled something heavy from the back. I figured it was a drug deal. We got that kind of thing sometimes. Sketchy business behind the store. Usually harmless, usually fast. But that night was different. One of the men shoved another. Loud voices broke through the wind, angry, urgent. Then, I saw it. A quick jerking motion. One man dropped to the pavement like a marionette with cut strings. The others froze. One looked around. The other ran to the sedan. My heart caught. The cigarette fell from my lips. I turned and sprinted back inside. The radios were dead. My backup had left early, again. I called 911. My voice cracked as I gave the address. I think I just saw a stabbing, maybe a murder. Family Dollar, Central Ave. 2 cars, white SUV, silver sedan. But by the time the words left my mouth, it was already too late. Police showed up fast, lights bouncing off the dusty lot. I met them at the front, waving them through with shaking hands. They didn't find a body, just the white SUV. The trunk was still open, and the inside was a mess. Smears of blood on the lining, a streak along the bumper, like something had been dragged out in a hurry. The silver sedan was gone. I led the officers to the back office, pulled up the camera footage. It was almost useless, grainy, lagging, the angle wrong. The streetlight that usually lit that section of the lot had gone out 2 nights earlier. Nobody had come to fix it. All you could see on the feed were shadows, blurred shapes, a flash of movement. One man lunging, another falling, then nothing. The officer beside me sighed. "You didn't see their faces?" "No," I said. "Too far. Too dark." "You sure the guy didn't just pass out or something?" I looked at him. He didn't fall. He dropped. You don't collapse like that unless something hits deep. He nodded, took notes, but I could tell they didn't have much to go on. They dusted the SUV, found prints, bagged what little evidence they could. A single latex glove, a cigarette butt. One of the officers said it might have been gang-related. Could have been a deal gone sideways. Could have been personal. That was the last I heard from them. For days after, I kept replaying it in my head, over and over. Every detail, every motion, every second. Not the stabbing, the silence. That's what haunted me most. There was no scream, no struggle, just the dry rustle of wind, the sound of a man dying like it didn't matter, like the world didn't notice. I didn't go back the next night. I told my supervisor I needed a day. He gave me one. I took 2. By the time Thursday rolled around, I couldn't make myself put the uniform back on. I stared at it on the chair next to my bed. The patched sleeves, the faded name tag, the polyester collar that always smelled like burnt coffee. I just couldn't. They left me voicemails, said they understood, offered an employee assistance program. I didn't call back. I sat in my apartment in silence for hours. No TV, no music, just the wind tapping at the windows and the hollow feeling of having seen something you couldn't explain. It wasn't just the crime, it was the helplessness. I'd spent so long trying to fix myself, trying to get my daughter back, trying to prove I wasn't some washed-up loser with a bottle in one hand and excuses in the other. And yet, when something real happened, something dangerous, I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything but run. That broke something in me. Again. I left Albuquerque by the end of the month. Found a small place 2 towns over just outside Los Lunas. Rented a room above a dusty motel off Route 6. The manager was a guy named Darren who didn't ask questions. Just gave me a mop and told me the lobby floors needed cleaning by sunrise. That suited me fine. No cameras, no overnight shift, no reminders. Sometimes I think about that man in the parking lot, who he was, why it happened, whether someone misses him, or if he was already the kind of person the world forgot. I'll never know, and maybe I don't want to. I kept the police card tucked inside my wallet for a while. Officer Ramirez, just in case they ever called me back. They didn't. The case probably disappeared into a file box somewhere. Just another late-night mystery behind a dollar store where people don't look up when they park. And me? I clean floors now. Watch the sky change colors over the desert. Go to AA meetings on Tuesday nights. Say my daughter's name when no one is around. I've been sober a year and 9 months now. It's a quiet kind of victory. Nobody claps for it. Nobody cares except the people who've had to claw their way back from the same kind of darkness. Some nights I still see the trunk, still hear the wind, still watch that man fall over and over, my mind pausing just before the impact. Not because I want to, but because I was there. Because silence has weight. People talk about trauma like it's an explosion. But sometimes, it's a whisper. A thing you almost miss that slips into your bones and changes how you hear the world. I don't miss the job. I don't miss Albuquerque. But I miss the part of me that thought I could start over without scars. That part's gone now. But I still have my sobriety. I still have mornings. And sometimes, that has to be enough. Evil doesn't always shout. Sometimes it comes quiet, unnoticed, just beyond the reach of light. And the real test isn't what you see, it's what you do with it. Witnessing something awful can break you, but it can also wake you up to the world around you. Sometimes the smallest choices, staying sober, staying alive, showing up again, are the bravest ones of all. Before all this, I was a nursing student, 3rd year. I wasn't top of my class, but I was steady, solid. Then my dad had a stroke. 1 minute he was cussing at a football game. The next he was curled on the carpet like a broken doll, drooling into his shirt. I dropped everything, classes, social life, my own future, to help. Mom couldn't afford to keep him in care, and the state didn't care much for people like us. Fast forward a year, and I'm working late shifts at Family Dollar on Waverly Pike, watching my mom sleep under 2 Goodwill coats in the backseat of our beat-up car. I'd shower at the YMCA, eat leftover discount snacks, and lie to everyone who asked how things were going. I learned how to fake it, smile when someone said, "Hang in there," nod when the manager joked that I was basically running the place, keep my head down when the customers got rude. Most nights were slow. After midnight, the place felt like a waiting room for ghosts. Just rows of fluorescent lights buzzing over half-stocked shelves, and me pacing the aisles like a bored mall cop. It was a Monday. October 17th. I hadn't eaten in nearly a day, and I was fighting the kind of headache that feels like someone's sitting on your skull. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was restocking a bottom shelf when I saw someone, reflected in the glass of the sliding door. He didn't move, just stood there, hunched, like a shadow drawn in with permanent marker. I stood up, slow. You develop a sixth sense when you work nights, not just for danger, but for weird. Something in his posture didn't sit right. He was tall, maybe 40, wearing a navy blue hoodie pulled tight around his face. His hands were deep in his pockets. He wasn't shaking or pacing or fidgeting, just still. I didn't go to the door. I didn't want to show I was spooked. I walked behind the counter and pretended to check the cash drawer. It was full. I'd done the count at midnight. We never had more than 80 in cash, just enough for change. But that night, I'd forgotten to log a $20 return. Maybe that mattered. Maybe it didn't. The door chimed. He stepped in. His shoes made no sound on the floor. He didn't say anything, just walked slowly to aisle 6, dragging a finger along the top of the detergent bottles. I watched him disappear behind a shelf, then, suddenly, he was at the counter, dropping a bottle of dish soap in front of me. I jumped. I didn't even hear him walk up. You, just the one item tonight? I asked. He nodded. Nothing else. That'll be $2.99. His left hand pulled back his sleeve, and that's when I saw it. The second hand. It was malformed, pale like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Not a prosthetic, not a glove. A real shriveled, curled hand fused at the wrist, hanging like a sick branch. He caught me staring. Then he spoke. His voice didn't match his body. It was soft, young, childlike. Do you think it hurts when two people try to live inside the same body? I didn't respond. Couldn't. He smiled. It wasn't friendly. Sometimes, he said, one side stays awake when the other sleeps. He turned around, but walked out backwards, never taking his eyes off mine. The bell above the door chimed again. Then he was gone. I locked the door immediately. I was shaking, but I still had enough instinct to check the drawer. 2 20s were missing. I hadn't opened the till, I was sure of that. My hands hadn't left the scanner. I pulled up the security feed. I needed proof, maybe to show my manager, maybe the police, I don't know. But when I rewound the footage, I saw nothing. No man, no door opening, no transaction. Just me standing there, alone, talking to nobody. Then something strange happened. The camera showed something in my hand, a small cracked mirror. I paused the footage and stared. I hadn't touched a mirror. We didn't even sell that kind. I looked at my hands. Nothing. Suddenly the quiet in the store felt too quiet. I backed away from the screen. When my supervisor came in the morning, I didn't tell him anything. I just signed out, grabbed my jacket, and walked out to the car. Mom was still asleep in the back, bundled under 2 coats, her breath fogging up the windows. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. I kept seeing that second hand in the corner of my eye. Kept hearing the drawer beep like someone was still there. A week passed. I tried to shake it off. Told myself I was overtired, stressed, delusional. But I started noticing things. Mirrors felt off. Not haunted or magical, just wrong. Sometimes I'd glance at myself brushing my teeth in the gas station bathroom and think my reflection was too still, like it forgot to blink. One night I walked into work and saw the dish soap bottle sitting by itself on the counter. No receipt, no code in the system. Just sitting there. I didn't touch it. Later that week, corporate came for the quarterly audit. They flagged a time-stamped drawer discrepancy. 2 20s missing on the same night I saw him. They asked why I scanned a purchase at 1:43 a.m. with no matching footage. Then one of them showed me a printed still from the security feed. I was standing at the register, but behind me, in the reflective freezer door, was someone else. It was me, only smiling. I quit the next day. Didn't give notice, didn't care. We packed up the car and drove as far as $40 of gas could take us. Some small town with a vacant lot and a diner that didn't ask questions. But the thing about trauma, you can't outrun it. You carry it like a passenger. I'd see him sometimes in my dreams. Not the man, but me, standing behind myself, watching, waiting. I started sleeping with the rearview mirror covered, just in case. Sometimes I wonder if that night was real, if he was real. But I know what I saw, and I know how it felt. Like I was split in two, and only one side walked away. Sometimes the scariest things don't come from outside. They come from within, from the pressure of holding everything together when your world is falling apart. The mind, when stretched too thin by trauma, poverty, and loneliness, starts to crack in places we don't even see, until something stares back from the other side of the mirror. Even in the quietest moments, your reflection is always watching. The question is, which version of you is really in control? People say retail is easy work. They say it like clocking in to fold disheveled sweatpants for 10 hours straight while being screamed at by someone over expired coupons is supposed to be a break from real life. Let me tell you something. It's not easy. But for a guy like me, it's what kept me upright. I wasn't planning to spend my 30s as an assistant manager at a Family Dollar in Lafayette, Louisiana. But life doesn't exactly hand out trophies for plans. My wife left me last year. Took our daughter, Kaylee, and moved 3 states over. Said I was emotionally unavailable and buried in my own self-pity. I won't lie. She wasn't wrong. I let things fall apart slowly, the way most men do when they're afraid to admit they're broken. I spent a lot of nights trying to drink away the silence in my apartment, but work gave me something routine. A list of things to do, names to answer to, boxes to check. Even if nobody really noticed me here, I noticed myself. And after months of hollowing out, that counted for something. It was a Thursday night in early March, cold for Louisiana. The rush had died down around 7. I'd just finished organizing soup cans near aisle 2 when I noticed her. A little girl, maybe 6, 7 years old, pink jacket, sequined shoes, holding a rabbit plushie the way kids hold stuffed animals when they're scared to put them down, like letting go would make them vanish. Her hair was in 2 uneven ponytails, and she walked like she'd done it all before, aisle by aisle, like she knew the layout better than I did. But she was alone. "Hey there, sweetie," I said, standing up and brushing off my pants. "Someone?" "Are you here with—" She didn't say anything, just kept walking toward the back of the store, her eyes never quite meeting mine. Now, this isn't a big store. You can see all the way to the back from the register, so it didn't take long for me to realize there were no adults with her, no cars pulling in outside, no mom yelling, "Come back here," or digging through her purse at the checkout. Just the girl, wandering like she was looking for something that didn't exist. I went to the front, scanned the lot. Nothing but a rusty old truck parked across the street. Then I made an announcement on the intercom, calm but clear. "Attention shoppers. If anyone's missing a child wearing a pink jacket, please come to the front register." I waited. Nothing. She didn't speak, didn't cry, just kept walking. Over and over again, down aisle 9. Something in my chest tightened. I called the police. When you work in retail long enough, you learn not to panic. Most of the time, the weird stuff works itself out. A kid wandering off, a drunk stumbling in, a domestic argument by the freezers. It's all part of the late shift bingo card. But this didn't feel normal. The dispatcher on the phone was kind, but you could hear the disbelief. I tried to explain. I told them the girl walked in alone, and I didn't know where she came from. Said she hadn't said a word in 15 minutes. Not a sound. I hung up and turned back toward aisle 9. She wasn't there. I checked the back. Storage room, employee restroom behind the end caps. Nothing. I ran through the aisles like a madman. I even checked the dumpster behind the store. Gone. That's when the front door chimed again. A woman walked in. Mid-30s, damp hair clinging to her neck, eyes sunken like she hadn't slept in days. She moved like she'd just woken from a deep sleep and hadn't found her body yet. "You called about my daughter?" she asked. I blinked. Yeah. Where is she now? The woman looked confused. She scanned the store like she was just realizing where she was. She was in the car, she whispered. I swear, I just ran in for a second. Then she bolted out the door. I followed. The truck across the street, that same rusty one with the fogged-up windows, now empty. No girl, no rabbit, just 2 cracked booster seats in the back and a cup of fast food soda turning to slush in the front. The woman screamed, fell to her knees like her whole body gave out. And I just stood there, frozen. Cops came 5 minutes later. I gave them my statement, told them everything, the jacket, the toy, the silence. They asked about cameras. I nodded, feeling the cold sweat cling to my back. We reviewed the footage, and that's when the real nightmare started. She wasn't there. No girl entered the building. No one walked through the front door between 6:45 and 7:20 p.m. Just me. There I was on screen, restocking soup, checking the aisle, talking to no one, smiling nervously, even paging the intercom. To empty air. But then they paused the feed. Froze a frame. It was when the cops brought the mother in, and she was walking toward me. Behind me, in the glass reflection of the door, was a child-sized shape. Pink jacket, rabbit plush, smiling. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even go home. I just sat in my car in the Family Dollar parking lot with the engine off and the window cracked, replaying the moment when the cops showed me the footage. There she was, or wasn't, depending on where you looked. In person, I swore on everything I had that I spoke to a child in a pink jacket. But on the camera, it was like I was in my own play, acting out a scene for an invisible audience. Except, she was there, in the reflection. That detail kept clawing at my brain. If she wasn't real, then why would the reflection lie? The cops didn't have answers. They logged it as a potential mental health concern and a missing child call. A report was filed. The mother was interviewed again. I didn't see her after that night. Never even got her name. By sunrise, I finally went home. My apartment was quiet and cold. There were still fingerprints on the fridge from the last time Kaylee visited. That was 9 months ago. I hadn't wiped them off. Couldn't. I called out of work that day, said I was sick. My manager didn't ask for details. By nightfall, I did something I hadn't done since the divorce. I took out the old storage bin from under my bed. The one full of drawings, birthday cards, and cheap plastic toys my daughter had outgrown but insisted I keep. At the bottom, I found something I forgot I had. A photo of Kaylee, age 6, on her first day of school. Pink jacket, ponytails a little uneven, clutching her stuffed bunny. I dropped it. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't hold the picture anymore. I sat down on the floor, clutching my knees like a scared child. No, it wasn't the same jacket. Not exactly. Kaylee's was brighter, with hearts stitched on the sleeves. But the rabbit was close. Too close. That night, I dreamed of aisle 9. I was standing at the end of it watching the girl move silently, her shoes lighting up with every step, her face turned away. I tried to call her name. Not her name, just something. But my mouth wouldn't move. And in the dream, I wasn't alone. There was something behind me, breathing down my neck. I woke up choking on air. 2 nights later, I returned to work. I told myself it was just a weird coincidence, that maybe I'd seen someone outside and confused it with a memory. Maybe the mother had a child in the truck who never left it. Maybe my brain connected dots that weren't really there. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Something had shifted. Something inside me remembered what the cameras didn't. Around 6:30 p.m., I was working the register. It was quiet. No foot traffic, just the hum of the cooler in the back and the sound of some old country song on the radio that I didn't know the name of. Then I heard the beep. The register beeped once, like a scan. But I hadn't scanned anything. I looked down. The screen was blank. Nothing had been rung up. I looked around the store. No one. I walked out from behind the counter trying to stay calm. "Hello?" I called. No answer. I went to aisle 9. It was empty, but the bunny was there, sitting on the bottom shelf. No tag, no barcode, just resting there, like someone had left it. My throat went dry. I picked it up slowly. It was old, worn, not one of our toys, not one of ours at all. I brought it to the counter and checked the inventory list. Nothing matching. I asked my manager the next morning if we ever stocked plush rabbits with gray stitching and button eyes. She said no. Never had. I didn't tell her what I found. I just took it home. That night I left it on my kitchen table, and every hour or so I swore I could hear the register beep again. Not from the store, but from inside my apartment. I checked the door. Locked. Windows secure. No one there. But when I walked back into the kitchen, the bunny had moved. It was now sitting upright in the chair, facing me. I didn't go into work the next day. I told myself I was just tired, but that was a lie. The truth was I was afraid of the store, of what I'd find in the security footage, of who might be standing just behind me in a reflection again. And most of all, I was afraid that I wasn't losing my mind. I was afraid I was remembering something I hadn't ever dealt with. The bunny sat on my table all morning. I kept glancing over at it like it might move again. It never did. But that was almost worse. That kind of silence hangs in the air like a question mark. I finally broke around noon and drove to my ex-wife's place, the one she rented after she moved to Baton Rouge with Kaylee. She wasn't home, but her neighbor recognized me. She said Kaylee was doing fine. School, dance class. Big reader, that one, the neighbor said. Like her dad, huh? I nodded and tried to smile. But the truth is, I hadn't seen her in 6 months. The last visit was awkward. She'd gotten taller. I hadn't. I left without knocking. The next night, I did something I never do. I closed the store alone. My manager had gone home sick, and I didn't trust the new hire to lock up properly. It was quiet again, the same bone-deep quiet I remembered from the night the girl first walked in. Everything felt heavier after dark, like the air thickened once the sun dropped. I did my rounds, swept the floors, double-checked the cash drawer. Nothing strange, until I saw the jacket. Pink, small, folded neatly on the end of aisle 9. No child, no bunny this time, just the jacket. And something in me just cracked. I didn't call the police. I didn't grab my phone. I just walked up to it and knelt down, my fingers trembling as I touched the sleeve. It was warm, like someone had just taken it off. I picked it up slowly and held it to my chest. I stood there for a long while. Could have been 5 minutes. Could have been 50. Then I heard the register beep again, but I didn't run this time. I walked calmly to the front of the store and looked at the screen. It read, "Item scanned, 0 pause." Then it beeped again. The drawer slid open, slow and quiet. Inside were 2 quarters. That's it. 2 old, tarnished quarters. And in the corner of the drawer, a sticky note. Found her. I don't remember walking to my car. I don't remember driving home. I only remember waking up at 3 a.m. in my living room chair, still holding the pink jacket. The next day I called my ex. I asked to see Kaylee. She hesitated, said she had school, dance, plans. I asked again. I told her I needed it. She finally agreed. That weekend, we met at a park halfway between our towns. I brought the jacket. Kaylee ran up to me, grinning wide, threw her arms around my waist and squeezed. "Hey, Daddy," she said. "You look different." "Different how?" "I don't know." She shrugged. "Like you're really here now." I held her for a while, and for the first time in years I didn't want to let go. We sat on the bench eating gas station donuts and laughing about something dumb. I gave her the jacket, not because I thought it was hers, but because it felt like it belonged with her. She looked it over, then smiled. "It's not mine," she said. but it feels like a friend's. And maybe it was. Sometimes the ghosts we see aren't haunting us. They're reminding us of who we were too afraid to be. I don't know what really happened in that store. I don't know if there was a girl, or if she was some shape my grief took on to get my attention. But what I do know is this. After that night, I stopped going through the motions. I started living again. I made the calls I'd put off, visited when it was inconvenient, showed up without being asked. The girl in the pink jacket, whoever or whatever she was, didn't take anything from me. She gave something back. She made me remember how it feels to matter again, even if just for one small silent customer on one quiet night in aisle 9. Silence used to feel like a burden. In college, every empty moment echoed with anxiety. So many deadlines, so much breathing space to overthink. But after my breakdown during finals, I stayed holed up in my dorm room for 3 days. I realized noise could be worse. Too many voices, expectations, small talk. I craved quiet more than anything. When I dropped out, I moved back to Billings, Montana, home with my grandfather. He's gentle, kind, but he's from a generation where mental health struggles were swept under the rug. It's why I grabbed the night shift at Family Dollar. A steady paycheck, manageable schedule, minimal interaction. I favored the closing shift. Mostly silence, predictable rhythm, no pressure to be social. The regulars were quiet too. One of them was Mr. James, mid-50s, wore a gray wool coat year-row, round, clean shoes, always the same items, canned soup, a crossword puzzle book, sometimes gum. He came in 3 times weekly around closing, nodded, paid with cash, no small talk. I found his routine oddly comforting. Then, one snowy Thursday evening in January 14th, the pattern shifted. He showed up early, at 8:30 p.m., which threw me off. Instead of heading to soup, he paused at the Valentine's rack, lingering by pink socks with hearts. I was at the register scanning bubblegum packs when I offered my usual greeting. "Evening, Mr. James." He didn't respond, just stared at the socks, then turned to me and asked softly, "You have any allergies?" I blinked. What? "To flowers," he clarified. "Lilies. Some people react badly." I shook my head uncertainly. "Not that I know of." He nodded as if filing away some memory, then left without saying a word. I brushed it off. Maybe he felt nostalgic. Maybe those socks reminded him of someone. Silly. Then on Friday I found it. An envelope taped beneath the counter ledge just out of sight. My name handwritten on it, shaky cursive. I hesitated, then opened it. A photo of me leaving the store through the back door the night before. The timestamp was faint but visible. I didn't know when it was taken. The scariest part, I hadn't known anyone was out there. On the back, someone had written, "You look safest in silence." My stomach clenched. There are no cameras back there. I prided myself on noticing everything. I checked. Who took that? When? I froze. Couldn't eat. Couldn't move for a while. I slid the envelope back under the counter, taped it deeper so nobody would find it. I didn't report it. I didn't want to be that girl again. Dramatic, paranoid, fragile. Then Saturday morning I came in early to sort inventory. Near the employee lockers, tucked by the wall, was a small bouquet of lilies. No note, no identification, just white petals curled against the cellophane wrapper, silent. I backed off, heart racing. Who would leave lilies for me? Why lilies, after his question? I didn't report that either. I left them there overnight, then moved them outside before opening. Went home pretending everything was fine. But that night, Sunday, I found Mr. James again, quiet as a shadow, just standing by the doorway in his wool coat. No items, no greeting. I froze, voice trembling. "Someone left me a photo," I said bluntly, "under the counter. Do you know anything?" He looked at me and smiled for the first time. Warm, sad. "I didn't think you'd remember me," he said. "At college, Library desk. I asked where the poetry section was. You helped, no one ever helped. I stared, my voice stuck in my throat. You came to college? He nodded. I waited. He paused. You were quiet. I liked that. My chest tightened. That was years ago. He shrugged. I waited. Then he turned and walked out without buying a thing. I thumb-locked the door behind him. The bell still chimed as he left. I called the police that night. Told them about the photo, the flowers, and Mr. James. They reviewed the footage. He was never in the store. I had been alone the whole time, talking to nothing. When I came in the next morning, taped to my locker was one final note. Don't worry, I'm always nearby. I only visit at night now, just like you. It was unsigned. After the locker note, I stopped sleeping well. I kept my bedroom light on, kept the blinds closed. I started watching people closer at the store, especially anyone I didn't recognize. I wasn't scared exactly, not in the monster under the bed way. It was worse. It felt personal, like someone had cracked into a memory I'd buried and used it to crawl closer. I tried to remember him. The library desk, poetry section. Did that really happen? The truth? It probably did. I worked part-time at the college library during my sophomore year. We had students, professors, and walk-ins from the town, all kinds of people. I had a habit of being overly polite back then. Rehearsed smiles, a soft voice. I made an effort. Maybe too much. I was trying to make myself useful, to matter. Maybe I helped him find a book. Maybe I said thank you. But that doesn't give someone the right to follow you, watch you, pretend they know you. I wanted to go to the police again, but what would I say? That a man possibly imagined a connection with me? That he left me lilies and a photo and vanished like a ghost? There wasn't even a record of him on security footage. Nothing to investigate. So instead, I started closing early. 10 minutes before we technically shut the doors, I'd lock up and turn off the lights. If anyone asked, I blamed short staffing. No one cared. One night around 8:45, I walked to the back door to take the trash out. My pocket box cutter was clutched tightly in my hoodie sleeve. The alley behind the store was dim, snow piled against the wall. I stayed alert, stepped softly. When I opened the dumpster lid, I saw it there, resting on the trash bags like a gift placed carefully. A copy of Leaves of Grass, water damaged but intact. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it, my heart thudding in my ears. When I got back inside, I bolted the back door shut and texted my shift supervisor, said I was sick, left early. That night, I stood in my bathroom mirror, staring at myself for a long time. My face looked pale, tired. I didn't recognize the woman staring back. I whispered softly to my reflection, "You were kind once, but kindness isn't always safe." I decided to visit the campus library the following day. I hadn't stepped foot on university grounds since the breakdown. Just walking past the parking structure made my palms sweat. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. Validation, closure? A real name for the man who called himself Mr. James? The woman at the desk was younger than me, maybe a freshman. She looked bored. I asked if there was an archive of old library visitor logs, especially community users from around 2019 or 2020. She gave me a blank look and pointed me to the circulation desk supervisor. The supervisor was kinder. She remembered me, vaguely. Ava, right? The quiet one with the short hair. You worked Fridays and Tuesdays. You were always early. I smiled, hollow. About poetry? Do you remember a man, mid-50s, wore a coat all the time, came in to ask? She frowned, tapping a pencil on the counter. Walk-ins use our poetry collection. Why? That doesn't really narrow it down. A lot of, I think he remembered me, I said. I think he's been watching me. Her face shifted, not into fear, but concern, like she didn't want to say the next thing. There was someone, she said slowly. He didn't give a real name. We started calling him Mr. Whitman. because he'd always quote Whitman lines under his breath. He'd linger in the aisles, but he wasn't disruptive, just odd. Always sat in the same corner chair near the back of the poetry stacks. I think campus security asked him to leave once. Too many complaints. My throat tightened. Do you know what happened to him? She shook her head. Again. He just stopped showing up. One day, he was gone. Never signed in. That evening, when I got home, I couldn't go inside. I sat in my car in front of the house, watching my reflection in the rearview mirror. I didn't move for nearly an hour. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just felt small. I was starting to understand that maybe he hadn't just imagined a connection. Maybe he'd built a whole version of me in his head. And maybe I'd accidentally given him the blueprint. I didn't go back to work right away. I told my manager I needed a break. Stress, family stuff, whatever excuse she'd accept without asking follow-ups. I didn't leave the house for days, except to walk the perimeter every night with a flashlight, like that would make me feel more in control. It didn't. Nothing did. One night around 2 a.m., I woke up to what I thought was someone knocking. Soft, deliberate taps, like they didn't want to be heard by anyone but me. I grabbed the flashlight and a baseball bat my grandpa kept under the bed. Creaked open the front door. No one there. But sitting on the porch, directly in the center, was a folded sheet of lined paper. My name was written on the outside. Inside, "Thank you for seeing me. That was the last time." That was it. No signature, no photo, no weird quotes. I should have felt relief, closure maybe, but it didn't feel final. It felt like a shift. Like a door had closed, but a window somewhere behind me stayed open. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just sat by the window, watching the streetlights flicker in the snow, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. The next week I went back to work. Everything felt dimmer. I couldn't quite explain it. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder than usual, and every cough or shuffle from the back of the store made my skin crawl. But the real change was me. I'd stopped zoning out. I noticed everything now. Who parked where? Who lingered too long by the shampoo aisle? Whose hands trembled when they handed over cash? A man came in on a Monday night around 8:50, wore a wool coat, walked slow. My breath hitched, just for a second. But it wasn't him. He was younger, nervous. Asked for help finding toothpaste. I walked him to the aisle, pointed it out, then stood there for a moment after he left. My reflection in the freezer door staring back at me, silent as always. Something in me had changed, whether I wanted it to or not. There's a kind of loneliness no one warns you about, the kind that creeps in when someone else decides to see you in a way you never asked for. And even after they're gone, their eyes still feel like they're on your back. But over time, the fear became something else. Not acceptance, not forgiveness, just awareness. A new kind of silence, one I could live with. Eventually, the night shifts didn't scare me anymore. The shadows didn't stretch as long, but I still kept that box cutter in my pocket. Not because I expected him back, but because some ghosts don't leave. They just stop knocking. Kindness is a powerful force, but it's not always without consequences. Ava's story is a quiet reminder that being seen, even in the smallest ways, can leave lasting impressions on others, for better or worse. Some people carry that moment like a lifeline. Others reshape it into obsession. In a world that often rewards disconnection, Eva chose empathy. But empathy without boundaries can invite shadows in. And once they're inside, it's harder than you'd think to shut the door again. So be kind, but be careful. Because attention, even unspoken, can become a mirror, one that reflects more than just your own image. Grief changes a man in ways no one talks about. Not the crying in the shower kind, not the sad songs and empty frames. I mean the quiet rot, the parts that hollow out behind your ribs and make you forget what life felt like before everything burned down. 8 months ago, I lost her. Camille. She died in a fire that should have taken both of us, but didn't. And no, I'm not some tragic hero who clawed his way out to go get help. I ran. I froze. I lived. And I've hated myself every morning since. I moved to Macon, Georgia because it was nowhere. I didn't want faces that knew me, or people who asked, "How are you holding up?" Like they wanted the short version. I wanted to disappear into a routine. Something dry and dead and safe. Family Dollar on Maple Bluff had a now hiring sign. I walked in. Didn't say much. Got hired for shifts nobody wanted. Closing, stocking, inventory. I liked it. The fluorescent lights, the hum of the AC unit, the plasticky smell of cheap merchandise. Nobody expected much. Nobody knew my name after 5 weeks. Just, "Hey boss," or "Marcus, can you unlock the back?" That's all I needed. The day it started was hot, sticky, and gray, like the sky couldn't decide whether to rain or burst into flames. August in Georgia. I remember wiping the sweat from my neck with the sleeve of my hoodie, the same one I wore the night she died. I couldn't let it go. It still smelled faintly of smoke even after all these washes. I was pulling a double, not by choice, but because Maddie called out with a migraine. I didn't mind. A quiet store was my kind of company. Around 6:50 I did my routine check. Front locked, aisles clean, back room stocked, door locked. I always double locked it. Always. That room creeped me out from the beginning. Too quiet. Too windowless. It was like the place swallowed sound. Around 8:30 I was mopping the drink spill near the coolers when I glanced toward the hallway that led to the back. The door was open. Just slightly. Not wide. Just off. And I knew. Absolutely knew. I had locked it. I set the mop down. The store was dead quiet. No customers. No employees. I wiped my palms on my jeans and walked slowly toward the hallway. It smelled different, staler, heavier, like wet drywall and dust. I flicked the overhead light on, but it barely helped. The cheap bulbs buzzed, dim and tired. I said, "Hey, store closes in 30, employees only back there." No answer, no sound. I pushed the door open, half expecting a raccoon or maybe a late vendor. But the room was empty, except for a note, folded neatly and placed right on top of that day's shipment log. I didn't want to pick it up. Something in my stomach was already twisting. But I did. It said, "You said you'd keep me safe. Why did you leave me behind?" The handwriting, it was hers. I stared at it for too long, blinking like that would make the ink change. Like maybe I was hallucinating. But no, it was her. The curve of the letters, the way she always dotted her I halfway between the line. I shoved the note in my hoodie pocket, locked the back room tight, and told myself it was a coincidence. A mistake. Some sick prank. No one here knew me. No one here could know me. Except the log it was sitting on. It had today's date. The rest of the shift dragged like a nightmare I couldn't wake from. Every creak in the ceiling tiles made me twitch. Every pop of the old fridge compressor sounded like a whisper. By 9:10 p.m., the store was quiet. Front lights dimmed, only emergency strips glowing in that low amber way that makes everything feel like a hospital. I was finishing the register closeout when I heard it. Knock, 3 of them. Slow, heavy, coming from the back room door. I froze. My hands were still on the cash drawer. I looked up at the mirror above the register, like it could somehow reflect down the hallway. It didn't. I said aloud, "Whoever that is, this ain't funny. Store's closed." Nothing. The knock didn't repeat, but something scraped. A long, dragging sound like someone sliding a shoe across linoleum. I grabbed the mop handle again, dumb as it sounds, and moved slowly down the hallway. The door was closed this time. Shut tight. I gripped the handle. Last warning. You better not make me call the cops. Still nothing. I yanked the door open. Nobody. But the dust on the backroom floor told a different story. There was a clear shape there, like someone had been lying down. Arms at their side, feet pointed out, like a chalk outline without the chalk. And then my phone buzzed. A text. Unknown number. Just one line. You didn't even come back for my body. My heart stopped. Literally. I stood there, phone in hand, jaw clenched, willing myself not to scream. The thing about guilt is, it never lets go. I told the fire department I had tried to find her. I told everyone I ran for help. Truth is, I heard her screaming my name and I ran the other way. And now? She knew. The lights cut out all at once. Not a flicker. Just gone. Darkness swallowed the entire store, except for the red exit sign over the front. And in the dark I heard it. Footsteps. Bare, soft, close. Not walking, not running. Just approaching. And then a whisper. So low it sounded like it came from inside my own head. Stay with me this time. I didn't wait. I dropped the mop handle, sprinted down the hallway, slammed open the front doors, and didn't stop running until I hit the end of the block. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the edge of the motel bed, because there was no way I was going back to the apartment, and just stared at the wall like it might blink back at me. My phone was on the nightstand. I turned it off after the third time it lit up with no caller ID, no voicemail, no texts. Just the silence between rings and that small, choking fear that if I answered, I'd hear her voice. I knew what people would say. Trauma, grief, hallucinations. That what I saw, or thought I saw, was my mind's way of punishing me for what I did, or didn't do. But I know what I saw. And I know that note was real. It was still in my hoodie pocket, the ink slightly smeared from where my fingers had pressed into the fold. I didn't go in to work the next day. Didn't call either. I just didn't go. It wasn't until almost noon that I got a text from Martin, the daytime assistant manager. Hey man, you good? Store was weird when I got in. Call me. I didn't respond. But 10 minutes later he sent another. Did you leave a pair of burned shoes in the back room? There's this weird ash writing on the wall. Cops came and took pics. Said there wasn't any forced entry. Burned shoes, writing, ashes. I couldn't breathe for a full minute. I remembered those shoes. Camille had this pair of white ballet flats she wore until they were practically gray. One of them had a little burn mark on the heel where she accidentally backed up into a campfire once. She laughed about it for days. Called them her scar shoes. I had to see for myself. By nightfall, I found myself parked outside the store again. I knew it was insane. I could have just kept driving, started over somewhere else again. God knows I'd done it before. But the thing about guilt is that it doesn't stay buried. It scratches at the coffin lid until you hear it in your sleep. So I waited until after closing. Martin left around 9:30. I watched from across the street. He turned out the front lights, locked the door, and drove off in his old Nissan with the busted muffler. After the taillights disappeared, I crossed the street. The moment I stepped onto the sidewalk, the air shifted. Heavy again, like the heat had teeth. I didn't have keys anymore, but the side delivery door was propped open with a wedge. Probably some lazy vendor or stock boy earlier in the day. I slipped inside and closed it behind me. The store was dark. Not unlit. Dark. As in the kind that feels full. I moved down the aisle with my phone flashlight, the shelves casting long shadows like hands stretching. The silence felt alive, buzzing in my ears. I reached the backroom hallway. The door was wide open now. That's when I saw the writing. It was on the back wall, above the old wire rack where we kept overstock light bulbs and mop heads. Written in a black flaking substance that could have only been ash, it said, he promised he'd wait. Beneath it, perfectly lined up, were Camille's shoes. Half burned, melted at the toes, singed at the soles. I staggered back. I wanted to run again, but I didn't. Not this time. I sat down on an overturned box of toilet paper packs and stared at the shoes. For the first time in 8 months, I didn't run from the memory. I let it in. The night of the fire, we'd been fighting. Something dumb. Money, maybe. Plans. I don't remember. But I do remember walking outside to cool off. She was still inside when the electrical fire started, and I didn't go back in. I told myself the smoke was too thick, that I had to get help, that she was probably already behind me. I told myself everything except the truth. I was scared. I left her behind. The note, the knocking, the text. It wasn't just guilt. It was a voice pushing me to admit what I'd buried under silence and routine. I stood up, and for the first time, I said it aloud. "I'm sorry, Cam. I didn't mean to leave you. I didn't know what to do." Silence, but the air in the room seemed to shift. Lighter. Not gone, but less suffocating. And then behind me, I heard a soft voice. "You were supposed to come back." I turned. No one. But I wasn't scared this time. "I know," I said quietly. I should have tried. There was nothing else. Just silence. Real silence. Not the buzzing, suffocating dread from before. When I stepped out into the hallway, the air was still. Normal. No whispers. No footsteps. Just the hum of the fridges and the flickering exit sign overhead. I didn't take the shoes. I left them there, like some kind of memorial. The next morning I called the district manager and quit. No explanation. He didn't ask. I don't think I was supposed to stay there any longer anyway. I left Macon 2 weeks later. Didn't pack much. Just a duffel of clothes, my wallet, and the old hoodie I'd worn too many days in a row. I'd meant to leave it behind, to finally bury it with the rest of what I couldn't carry. But in the end, I brought it with me. Not because I needed the weight, but because I'd finally stopped blaming it. Grief isn't a straight line. Nobody tells you that. It's not a ladder or a tunnel with a light at the end. Some days you breathe fine, and other days you wake up in the dark, back at the beginning. But something shifted that night in the back room. Not because I saw a ghost. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm not even sure anymore. What I do know is that for the first time since the fire, I stopped lying to myself. That mattered. I drove west, stayed in a small town outside Birmingham for a bit, got work painting fences and fixing porches for old folks. Quiet jobs, paid in cash, no questions. That was enough. But it wasn't over yet. A month after I left Macon, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally, I wouldn't have answered. But that day I did. A woman's voice came through the line. "Marcus Fielding?" I hesitated. "Yeah. This is Detective Stokes. I'm calling about an incident at the Family Dollar you used to manage. You were listed as a prior employee." My chest tightened. "What kind of incident?" "We had a break-in last night, not a theft. But the new shift manager found the back room trashed. Inventory pulled apart, lights shattered, and a wall covered in soot. There was also a note. Folded, handwritten, left in the same spot you described in your original statement." I didn't say anything. She went on, cautious now. "Means?" "It said, you weren't the only one who ran. Do you know what that I sat on the motel bed staring out at the orange sky? The sun had just dipped behind the trees. Camille used to call that burn hour, when everything looked like it was lit from inside. I said, 'No, ma'am, I don't.' She thanked me and hung up, but I couldn't stop thinking about that message. You weren't the only one who ran. Maybe it wasn't just about me. Maybe the thing that haunted that store wasn't only tied to Camille. Maybe it had more to do with the place itself, its silence, its darkness, its collection of people trying to leave something behind. People like me. Maybe Camille wasn't the only ghost in that room, or maybe, just maybe, it was her final message to let me go, telling me she understood, telling me I wasn't the only person in the world who'd made a mistake they couldn't take back. I didn't go back to Macon, but that day I took off the hoodie, folded it neatly, placed it in the donation bin outside the church by the diner, It was time. They say the past never dies, that it clings to the places we leave it. But I don't think that's quite true. I think it waits for us to face it, not to punish us, but to show us what we've been carrying, what we've refused to feel, what we must finally release. You can't change what you ran from, but you can choose whether to keep running or turn around and face it. Sometimes redemption isn't about fixing the past, it's about acknowledging it, owning it, and finally letting it rest. When you've spent years shrinking yourself to fit in, silence becomes your armor. That was me. Vanessa Cruz, 22, community college done, first real job at Family Dollar on Crenshaw BLVD. I pretended I was fine with minimal interaction. Quiet shift, grays and blues of cheap shelving, hum of fluorescent light. People hardly noticed me and I liked it that way. The less they knew, the safer I felt. I'd spent my school years memorizing how not to draw attention. The way I walked, the pitch of my voice, even how I tucked my hair behind my ear, all of it had been mocked mercilessly. Bullies taught me early that being invisible is better than being noticed. So I came to California to be as small as possible. Thousands of faces around me. No one cared about Vanessa Cruz. On that Thursday, the sky was the same dull gray it always is in early twilight. It was around 6:25 p.m. and I was stocking Gatorade next to the freezer aisle. I was trying to ignore the dull ache behind my eyes from a headache that had started in the morning. I'd been nursing it with water and deep breaths. My focus was on lining the bottles, lightest bottles in front, heavier at the back, and adjusting labels so they faced perfectly forward. That's how I managed. I did tasks with obsessive calmness to keep the chatter in my head from finding words. Then I saw him. Tall, clean-cut, standing perfectly still by the closed freezer door. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, but I felt his eyes on me, a smile on his lips. Not friendly. Too wide, too precise. He looked almost plastic, like those mannequins in mall windows. He held no cart, no basket, nothing in his hand. He just stood there. I tried to ignore him, focus on the bottles, pretend nothing was weird. 10 minutes passed. Still there. On instinct, I looked straight at him. My breath caught when he stared back, smile unchanged. He didn't shift weight. He didn't inhale or exhale. He stood like a statue. He felt like he was measuring my heartbeat. I swallowed, gathered courage. "Can I help you find something, sir?" I asked. He blinked, slowly. It wasn't natural. Then he nodded once like a machine and tilted his head, just slightly, like he was memorizing my face. I saw the name tag he wasn't wearing, the scrub top under his jacket. He had no uniform, no identity I recognized. And then I backed away. Fast. My heart pounded. I tried to steady myself. That was enough for then. He felt like wrongness incarnate, unmoored. I ducked behind the cashier kiosk and pretended to scan a DVD someone had returned. My fingers trembled. I told myself, don't panic, nobody else sees him. Maybe he left. But then a customer whispered to me at the register, "The guy by the freezer, he's giving me chills, hasn't blinked in ages, isn't moving." Alarm spiked in my chest. I looked up at the monitor behind the counter. Camera 2. There he was again, still, bigger in the tiny frame. Every 10 seconds, flick of the monitor looped static and then the image returned. He still didn't blink or breathe. He was made of stillness. My voice shook when I used the walkie. "There, something's off. James, aisle 4, freezer. Could you check back?" No reply at first. Then, "I'm already back in the freezer aisle. I don't see anyone." Panic hit me. I leaned out to see James walking aisle 4 near the chips. He looked puzzled. I pointed to the monitor. The screen now showed the empty freezer. No visitor, no man, nothing. He checked his walkie. Camera 2 isn't working. That's why the feed is frozen. My hands flew to my mouth. The feed wasn't frozen before. I know what I saw. The screen flicked black, just static. I watched the camera again. There was no movement, no figure, nothing back there. My voice cracked. He waved at me. He looked at me. James frowned. "Vanessa, maybe you're hallucinating? Headache?" I nodded because I didn't have words. The rest of the shift passed in total dread. I watched every camera feed I could. Nothing showed him again. The freezer looked sterile. No one there. When I closed up, I didn't eat lunch, just walked to my car shaking. I told myself, maybe next day, it will be gone. A trick of the eye. But when I opened my locker that morning, I froze. On the top shelf, there was a half-melted red Gatorade bottle, liquid pooled inside, labeled damp with condensation. Written in black Sharpie across its label, "Thanks for looking at me." That's when I knew none of it was coincidence. The Gatorade bottle sat in my locker like an accusation. I picked it up with trembling fingers, my name written in wide block letters etched in Sharpie on the plastic. The red liquid looked like diluted blood in the bottom, streaking shadows in the fluorescent light of the locker room. I didn't sleep the night before, and I didn't sleep that night either. I took it to the bathroom and stared into the mirror, my reflection under-eyed and shaky. I tried to ask, who does this? Who waits in a store aisle, silent and still? Who writes a message on a bottle, melting something when no bulbs could heat it? My breath came ragged. I wanted to dump the bottle into the sink, but instead I just opened the window over the sink and left it perched on the sill. Next morning, the bottle was gone. I called in sick. I didn't go back that day. I didn't want to face the empty freezer aisle, the silent man who acted alive enough to wave. I didn't want James to look at me like I was losing my mind. When I finally picked up a snack in the kitchen at my apartment, I binged water and bread. Didn't prepare myself for people's questions. Instead, I went offline for hours. My texts went unanswered. I resolved never to return to the store. But 2 days later, I got a text from James. "Hey Ness, everyone's asking where you are. I keep telling them you'll be back soon. If you need a break, call me. No one's mad." It was gentle, caring. Not everyone was unkind. I realized I wanted to go back, not because I wanted to brave it, but because I had to know what was real. So I went in again that evening. I walked through the sliding glass front doors, heart pounding. James greeted me with cautious eyes. I held myself steady in the fluorescent light as we walked to the freezer aisle together. It was empty. No man, no footprints, no sign of a person ever standing there. The freezers hummed quietly. The red insulation smell scented air, not freezer burned, not strange. I pointed, showed him. He scanned, shrugged. Nothing. He flicked the light switch for camera 2. They still haven't fixed the feed. We covered with another camera. Never showed anyone there. I looked again. Still nothing. But in the corner of the aisle, faint smudges of something smeared on the tile. I knelt down carefully. I swiped with a corner of my napkin. Red smear. A smear of Gatorade. Dried. Set into the grout between tiles. James knelt beside me, his voice low. "Someone pranked you with the edge of the bottle? Drew on label? No big deal." Maybe. But the static on the screen, the smiling man, the way he looked at me as though he saw everything. I stood up shaking, told James I had to go. He nodded. "Take care, Ness." I left, heart pounding. But I realized something. That aisle wasn't empty once, in my mind or in reality. Something lived there. Something wanted to be seen. I didn't go back to the store for a week after that. I told James I needed time off and he didn't push. I think he thought it was stress. Or maybe he saw the fear under my skin and didn't want to ask questions he couldn't answer. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man. His smile, the static camera, the message on the Gatorade bottle, the red smear on the floor that no one else seemed to care about. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him, frozen in place, but somehow aware. Like something ancient, pretending to be a person. By the sixth night, I started dreaming of the freezer aisle. In the dream, the lights buzzed overhead, but the aisle was dead silent. He stood there, perfectly still, just as before. But this time his smile cracked open wider than a human mouth should go. And when I turned to run, I heard him say without moving his lips, "You saw me. That makes you mine." I woke up shaking. I couldn't keep pretending it didn't happen. But I didn't want to talk to my parents or friends either. They wouldn't believe me. They'd just ask if I was back on anxiety meds, or if I'd stopped sleeping again. So I decided to go back. Not to work, just to visit. On my own terms. I needed to see the freezer aisle again when I wasn't being watched. It was a Thursday, exactly 2 weeks since it happened. I waited until almost closing when the store was mostly empty. I put on my uniform hoodie, hood up, head down, and walked in pretending to shop. The lights buzzed overhead like always. A cart squeaked near the front. A couple of teens were giggling by the candy aisle. I made my way slowly to the freezers. When I turned the corner, I saw it. The man was there, just like before. Same position, same clothes, no shopping cart, just standing, perfectly still. I stopped mid-step. Everything in my body screamed to turn around, but I couldn't move. He was staring at the glass of the freezer now, not at me. His reflection stared back at him and smiled. Then he turned his head toward me. His smile didn't change. I blinked. He was gone, vanished, no sound, no blur, just not there. Only his reflection remained for half a second longer before that too, vanished. My legs gave out. I leaned against the freezer door to catch my breath. I couldn't feel my hands. The cold of the glass seeped into my shoulder. I closed my eyes, counted to 5. When I opened them again, a red Gatorade bottle was sitting inside the freezer, right in the center. I didn't open the door, I ran. I called out of work again. I lied, said I had the flu. But the truth was, I couldn't trust what I was seeing anymore. At first I tried convincing myself it was hallucination, some kind of stress reaction. But the physical things, the bottle, the smear on the floor, the way customers also saw him that first night, it didn't add up. And I wasn't the only one rattled. On Friday, James texted again. James, "Hey, weird question. Did you leave a Gatorade in the freezer before you left the other night?" Me, "No. Why?" James, "There was one sitting dead center on the shelf, cap off, like it had been opened. Red leaked down the inside. Nobody stocked it." He included a photo. I stared at it, heart pounding. The label had no writing this time, just fogged plastic, but it was the same bottle. I knew it. Something about the way it sat there, placed, not dropped. Me, "You didn't see anyone leave it?" James, "Nope, showed up right before close. We checked the cameras again. And guess what?" I didn't reply fast enough, so he sent another text. James, "Freezer cam was fine until 6:20 p.m., then static, whole 30 minutes gone. Again." I couldn't breathe. Me, "You believe me now?" He didn't respond right away. Then, James, "I believe something is happening." That was all I needed to hear. The next night I came back, not to shop, not to work, to wait. I brought a notebook, a water bottle. I sat near the toy aisle where I had a view of the freezer. I stayed for over an hour. Nothing happened. No one showed. And then, right before closing, the lights dimmed for a second, just a flicker, and I heard the sound of the freezer door squeaking open. When I peeked around the corner, there was no one there, but the door was ajar, and there were bare footprints, wet, red-tinted, leading away from the freezer into the back of the store. I left without saying a word. They fired me 2 weeks later, not officially, but the schedule stopped including my name, and the calls stopped coming. I didn't protest. I didn't want to go back. But the dreams didn't stop. Always the same. Him standing by the freezer, smiling, unmoving, watching me breathe. A month passed. I changed my number, stopped responding to texts. I started going out less. Grocery deliveries only, lights on all night. Then one morning I found something on my doorstep. A Family Dollar shopping bag. Inside it, one red Gatorade bottle. No label. Just a smiley face drawn in Sharpie, wide and crooked across the plastic. I poured it down the drain. Moved a week later, and I've never told anyone outside this story. Because here's the thing. I don't know what he was. A ghost, a spirit, a leftover echo of something broken in the world. But I do know what he wanted. He wanted to be seen. And when you do see him, you can't unsee him. He follows you in reflections, in freezer doors, in shadows under fluorescent light. That's why I avoid big stores now. I never go near the freezer aisle, because some things want to be looked at. And once you give them your eyes and they don't forget, some presences feed on attention. Not everything strange demands explanation. Sometimes it demands distance. In a world full of watchers, remember this: not every gaze deserves to be returned. Long before I ended up in Tupelo, I thought I understood what fear was. But real fear doesn't come with warning signs. It doesn't yell or threaten or throw punches. It sneaks in with soft words and small silences. My ex knew how to twist my world just enough so I started to believe I was the problem. I stayed with him in Chicago far longer than I should have, convincing myself that love meant survival, and survival meant silence. It took everything in me to leave. I didn't tell a soul where I was going. I took a bus with a fake name on the ticket and only what I could carry in a duffel bag. Tupelo wasn't the plan. It was just where the driver let me off when I told him I needed anywhere quiet. He looked at me like he understood and didn't ask questions. I found a cheap weekly rental near Old Highway 25 and a job at the Family Dollar down the road. No one asked about my past. I gave them my middle name, not my first, and a P.O. box instead of an address. I figured if I kept my head down, I could fade into the routine. Unpack trucks, stock shelves, sweep floors, rinse and repeat. Cindy, the assistant manager, didn't like me from day one. I could tell from how she watched me fold receipts or reface candy bars, like she was waiting for me to slip up. I didn't take it personally. Women like her don't trust quiet women. Makes them wonder what you're hiding. That Tuesday in February, the air had a strange bite to it, like it was going to snow but didn't have the courage. I was pulling inventory from the back room when Cindy walked in with her clipboard like always. "You're training the new girl today," she said, no eye contact. "New girl?" I asked. She nodded. "Name's Danny, starts at 4. I didn't think much of it. We'd been short-staffed for weeks and it wasn't unusual for someone to last just a shift or two before ghosting. Still, I found myself feeling oddly nervous. Not scared, just tight around the edges, like something was off but I couldn't name it yet. Danny showed up at 4:10 wearing a red windbreaker and Converse that looked too clean for a Mississippi sidewalk. She looked young, 19, maybe 20. Thin frame, brown eyes, and a polite smile that never reached her eyes. "You Danny?" I asked. "Yeah," she said quickly, brushing her hair behind her ear. Confusing. "Sorry I'm late. The bus got no worries. Let's start with the basics," I said. I kept my tone light, warm even. I remembered how it felt to start fresh, nervous, desperate to do everything right. As we walked the aisles, I showed her how to rotate canned goods and where to stock cleaning supplies. She didn't talk much, but her eyes missed nothing. She watched the way I folded boxes, how I tapped barcodes twice before stacking them. She noticed how I locked my locker even during short breaks. "You ever work retail?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, but I learned fast." Something about the way she said it made my stomach shift. Around 8 p.m., while we were straightening up the shampoo aisle, I asked, "Where are you from?" She hesitated before answering. "Out of state, moved here recently." "Same," I replied with a soft smile. "Clean slates are hard to come by." Danny let out a strange little laugh. Yeah, fresh starts don't erase anything though, right? My smile wavered. I wanted to ask what she meant, but I didn't. Something in her tone made my skin itch. We closed at 9. I walked back to the break room to clock out and realized something was off. My name tag, the one I'd clipped to my lanyard at the start of every shift, was gone. I checked the break table, locker, even the restroom. Nothing. And somehow, I already knew I wouldn't find it. The next morning I arrived early, hoping to find the tag somewhere near the register or maybe behind the customer service desk. Instead, I found it sitting directly on top of the punch-in machine, neatly placed, like a display. A yellow sticky note was stuck to it. Employee 1042. Status: watched. My stomach dropped. That number, 1042, was from my old job in Chicago, the one I'd had at the drugstore chain on the north side. I'd never used that number here. It wasn't written anywhere. I hadn't even said it out loud since I got on that bus out of Illinois. I peeled the sticky note off with shaking hands. Cindy walked in from the back. "You okay?" she asked, her usual bite dulled by my expression. "Did you see who left this?" I asked, holding up the note. She glanced at it. "No. Why?" "I trained that new girl yesterday. Danny. I think she left it." Cindy frowned. "What girl?" My heart thudded. "Danny. She started yesterday. You told me to train her." She blinked, then pulled her clipboard from the counter. "We haven't processed any new hires this week." I stared at her. She was here. She wore a red windbreaker, clocked in right after me. "There's no time card with that name, and no one clocked in but you." I pushed past her and went to the office. She followed, clearly annoyed now, but I didn't care. "Pull the footage," I said. She logged in, clicked a few tabs, and we sat there watching the grainy black and white video. From 3:10 p.m. to 9 p.m., I was on camera the entire time, stocking shelves, walking back and forth, alone. No Danny, no red windbreaker, just me. I felt something cold curl inside me, like ice sliding down the back of my ribs. Cindy raised an eyebrow. "You sure you're feeling okay?" I didn't answer. I grabbed my bag and walked out. The cold air slapped me as I stepped into the parking lot, but it barely registered. I passed a wooden utility pole on my way home. Something fluttered on it, paper taped to the side, the wind pulling at the corners. I stopped. It was a photo. Grainy, printed in black and white. A still frame of me standing alone in aisle 3, smiling. Across the top, written in red ink, "She finally talks to me again." That night I didn't sleep. I sat in my apartment with every light on, the photo folded and stuffed in the back of my drawer like it was radioactive. I kept staring at the edges of the room, waiting for shadows to move, waiting for the past to catch up with me. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Someone left a photo of me that doesn't exist, featuring a girl I trained who doesn't show up on camera, using a number from a job I never listed. I'd sound like I'd cracked. And maybe I had. I hadn't been sleeping much lately. I was always on alert, looking over my shoulder. Maybe this was just trauma bubbling over in weird ways. But trauma doesn't print photos. Trauma doesn't leave notes with employee numbers only I should know. The next morning I skipped work, called in sick. Cindy sounded suspicious, but I didn't care. I walked the 5 blocks to the library and logged onto a public computer, trying to find anything about a girl named Danny matching the one I'd seen. No results. No missing persons. No new hires at any of the other Family Dollars in town. When I searched Employee 1042, a forum post from 2019 popped up on an old retail worker message board. The post was anonymous, titled, "What happens when your number starts showing up again?" It had only a few responses and was quickly archived. The original post said, "I quit my job in Michigan after someone new showed up and called me by my old employee number from Ohio. The name didn't match our roster. The cameras glitched. Then she left a note in my locker. That number was never used again, and until she arrived. It was like she brought the past with her. I left town the next day. If you see red, run. No replies after that, no follow-up. I sat back, heart racing. A week ago this would have sounded like paranoid nonsense, but now? The pattern was too familiar. The red windbreaker, the missing footage, the number. Danny had brought something with her. Or maybe she was something. A message, a memory, a ghost. But I'm not the type to believe in ghosts. I believe in patterns, in people. I believe trauma doesn't vanish. It waits. It waits for quiet places, for new jobs, for shelf-stocking and routine. It waits until you think you're safe, and then it knocks. By Friday, I returned to work. Nothing else had happened. No more notes, no new hires, no photos. But something had changed in me. I didn't move the same way down the aisles. I flinched when I heard the door chime. I kept my phone in my pocket at all times, even when it was against policy. Around 6 p.m. I was restocking toothpaste when I heard it, a voice, soft, just behind me. "You locked your locker again." I spun around. No one. The aisle was empty, but the air felt heavier, like breath on my neck. I stood frozen, listening. The shelves groaned faintly, as if something had moved. I walked slowly to the break room. My locker was locked, but taped to it now was a single strip of receipt paper, the kind we use at the register. Scrawled in red ink, "You used to leave it open. Before." I ripped it down and stuffed it in my apron. I told Cindy I had a migraine. She rolled her eyes but let me leave. The sidewalk outside was slick with rain. As I walked home, I passed the utility pole again. There was a new photo. It was me again, this time looking into the mirror above the employee sink. Except in the photo, I wasn't alone. Danny stood behind me, her hand almost touching my shoulder. She wasn't smiling. Neither was I. I didn't go to work the next day, or the day after. I didn't go outside at all. But on Sunday, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail, then another. The third time, I answered. The voice on the other end was quiet, familiar. I couldn't place it. Then it whispered, "You locked me out." I hung up. The phone didn't ring again. That night I sat at the kitchen table and finally pulled out a box I'd buried beneath my sink. Old documents, my old employee badge from Chicago, a folded termination letter, and a photo, the last one taken of me at that job. In the photo, I was standing beside a new hire, a quiet girl, nervous, brown eyes, red windbreaker, Danny. But that couldn't be right. This photo was dated 2018. She hadn't aged a day. I dropped it on the floor, heart racing. I'd trained her before, at a different job, a different life, and I had forgotten. Or maybe I'd forced myself to forget. All this time I thought I was running from a man who hurt me. But maybe, somewhere in that broken escape, I'd locked away more than just trauma. I'd locked away memory, buried it. But memory doesn't like being buried. It wants to be acknowledged, witnessed. She wasn't real. Not in the way we think of people. Danny was the version of myself I tried to erase. The girl who stood by while bad things happened, who didn't speak up, who smiled through silence. Now she was back, and she was watching. No matter how far you run, the parts of yourself you try to forget will always follow. Healing doesn't come from erasure. It comes from facing the truth, no matter how painful, and forgiving the version of you that once didn't know better. Because the past isn't a ghost, it's a mirror. And one day you have to look into it and say, "I see you now." I never meant to end up in retail. Hell, 5 years ago I was tracking penetration logs for one of the biggest healthcare cybersecurity firms in the country. I was good at it. Too good, maybe. But when I flagged a potential breach that turned out to be internal sabotage, I blew the whistle. Thought I was doing the right thing. Naive, I guess. The fallout cost me my job, my partner, my health, everything. I left the city 6 months later with nothing but a laptop and a U-Haul full of things that didn't feel like mine anymore. Landed in Rochester, where I figured I could disappear into something quiet, something that wouldn't ask too much of me. Family Dollar offered a temp inventory data analyst position. Nights only. No customers, no coworkers, just me and the numbers. I took it without hesitation. The store on Jefferson Road was functional. Retrofitted recently with a centralized system that corporate didn't fully trust yet, which is how I got the assignment. Manually cross-checking logs overnight for a week. It wasn't hard work, but it was repetitive, tiresome. And the silence, it gets to you. My shift started at 9 p.m. and ended at 6. By 1 a.m., my eyes would blur staring at inventory discrepancies between scanned SKUs and stockroom entries. To keep myself alert, I set 2 alarms on my phone every hour. 1 vibrate, 1 audio, just to break the trance of screen glow and number grids. I also started talking to myself, quietly at first, then out loud. It was less about hearing my voice and more about remembering I had one. That night, December 9th, I remember it was colder than usual. Upstate wind cut through my jacket like it was wet tissue. The back office heater barely worked, so I sat layered in a hoodie, typing gloved-fingered into a spreadsheet that wouldn't stop flagging a dozen bottles of bleach that were never scanned out. At 1:15, I left my desk to refill my coffee. The break room was maybe 20 feet away. I remember reaching for the pot and finding it cold, completely off. That was weird. I never turned it off. Unplugged too. I assumed the janitor had done it before leaving, maybe by mistake. But when I got back to my desk, my phone was gone. Not misplaced, not buried under papers. Gone. I checked the entire office. Desk drawers, trash bins, bathroom, break room again, nothing. Then, somewhere in the belly of the store, I heard it. The faint beep of my alarm tone. A distant chirp, familiar and out of place, coming from the front. Aisle 9. I should have called someone. Or left. But curiosity makes you stupid. I grabbed my flashlight and walked slowly through the front aisles, my boots scuffing the waxed tile floor. The sound was clearer now, just past the laundry detergent. I turned the corner. Silence. Then footsteps. Slow. Dragging. Someone was on the other side of the shelf. I crouched, barely breathing, and peeked through the gap beneath the shelving. I saw the shoes first, scuffed Nikes, then jeans, then a hoodie. Gray. The man was just standing there face down, unmoving. He was real. He wasn't supposed to be here. I don't know how long I crouched behind that shelf. My heart felt like it was trying to crawl up my throat. I knew what I saw. There was no mistaking it. The man hadn't moved, and yet everything about him screamed tension, like he was waiting for something, or someone. My first instinct was to rationalize. Maybe it was a coworker I hadn't been told about. Maybe someone from corporate doing a late-night check-in. But I knew every person on the schedule. I had the login screen in front of me 2 hours ago, and no one had badged in since 9. That left one conclusion. He was here illegally. My legs started to go numb from crouching, but I didn't dare move. My mind flicked through possibilities. Hide, confront, escape. Then I remembered. I'd seen that hoodie before. Earlier that night, around 9:10 p.m., I'd glanced at the security feed. Just routine. Boredom mostly. I remembered a man in that same hoodie browsing the frozen food section. I didn't think anything of it then, but now everything lined up. There was no purchase logged in the register. No record of the door opening after 10. Had he stayed inside? Hidden somewhere during lockup? I slowly backed away, keeping my flashlight low. Every step I took made the air around me colder. I didn't breathe until I reached the fire exit in the back, pushed it open, and ran. The alarm was deafening. I didn't stop running until I reached the gas station across the road. The clerk must have thought I was on something. I looked half frozen, half crazed, wearing a hoodie, no coat, still holding my flashlight like a weapon. "I need your phone," I gasped. He handed it over without a word. I called 911, told them someone was inside the store. Maybe dangerous, maybe armed. By the time the police arrived, I was shivering so badly I couldn't form full sentences. They made me sit inside the cruiser while they searched the store. 12 minutes later, they brought him out. He was quiet, didn't resist, just stared at the snow falling like he hadn't seen it in years. They found him behind the customer service desk. In his backpack, a family dollar tablet, a handwritten notebook full of numbers, and a box cutter. Later, I heard he was a former employee, fired months ago for stealing electronics. But somehow his access card was never deactivated. That detail still chills me. He hadn't broken in. He had walked in like he belonged. The officers told me he claimed he wasn't there to hurt anyone, said he was just there for his files. That's what he told them, his files. When asked about the box cutter, he didn't answer. Later, reviewing the camera footage with the store manager and the responding officer, we saw the moment he entered. He scanned his card at 8:57 p.m., walked in calmly, didn't wave, didn't glance around nervously. He just disappeared from view near the stockroom hallway. There was no camera angle showing where he went after that. Just a blind spot between two aisles, one I'd walked past twice that night. I thought about all the moments I'd felt watched during that shift, all the odd chills, the silence that felt just a little too still. I didn't sleep that day, or the next. I kept seeing that image of him in the hoodie, standing at the end of the aisle, face tilted down, like he was waiting for someone to find him. Maybe me. I took a leave of absence the following week, told them I needed time to process, and that was true. But the deeper truth was, I couldn't walk back into that building. Not yet. Maybe not ever. It wasn't just the intruder, or the fact that he'd been there all night without anyone knowing. It was something I couldn't explain, something that crawled under my skin every time I thought about it. The night manager called me a few days later, said they'd finally gone through the notebook found in his bag. Most of it was scribbled nonsense, rows of numbers, inventory codes, and fragments of phrases, but a few lines were clear. The scanner lies. They don't track what matters. He never noticed me, not once. I didn't know what that meant, but the manager said something else, something worse. Noah, your name was written on one of the pages. I asked him to repeat it. Just your name, first name, and the date, December 9th. That's it. Like it was a meeting time. I don't remember hanging up. I just sat there in my apartment for what felt like an hour, staring at my own hands like I didn't trust them. Had he planned something for me? Had he meant to confront me? Hurt me? Or was I just the unlucky one who happened to be working that night? I went back through my own notes, the logs I'd printed, the reports I submitted. Nothing was out of place. All numbers matched. But I kept wondering, what if he'd been there on more than one occasion? What if he'd been testing something? Watching the store? Watching me? There was no proof, but I couldn't shake the idea that this wasn't random. The box cutter, the files, my name. You don't write someone's name down before breaking into their workplace unless you're planning something personal. That idea settled like cement in my chest. It's been over a year since the audit. I've moved on in most visible ways. Left Rochester, took a quieter job at a logistics hub in Albany. Days only. No more night shifts, no more empty aisles or locked doors behind me. My therapist says that's good. Control your environment, she tells me. Reduce the triggers. But even now, I flinch when I hear the beep of a scanner. I double-check my doors before bed, and I haven't used the same ringtone alarm since that night. Sometimes I wonder what he meant. He never noticed me. Had I ignored him back when he worked there? Was he invisible the way I often tried to be? We were probably alike in some ways. Loners, quiet types, people who preferred the hum of machines over the noise of other people. Maybe I saw too much of myself in him, and that's why it bothers me. Or maybe he was just broken in a way I could never understand. People think scary things wear masks or hide in the shadows. But sometimes, the scariest thing is when someone walks into your life through a door they were never supposed to have access to. and they know your name. There's one more thing I never told anyone. After the police took him away, I returned to grab my backpack from the office. My phone had been recovered. It was in the backpack, zipped inside a pocket I never use. I didn't put it there. But what chilled me most wasn't the location. It was what was on the screen. The alarm I'd set for 1:30 a.m. It had been snoozed, not dismissed, snoozed. Someone had picked it up, unlocked it, and chosen to let the alarm ring again 10 minutes later, like they wanted me to come find it. That night I realized something. Not all intruders are there to steal. Some just want to be seen, but they choose how and when. Attention is a form of power, and neglect can be just as dangerous as confrontation. In the quiet corners of our lives, what we ignore may be quietly preparing to remind us it exists. Stay aware, stay human. I never thought I'd still be in Cloverdale by 24. I always figured I'd leave after high school, maybe go to college in the city, figure out what I was good at. Instead, I'm still here, working shifts at Betty's Diner 6 days, a week splitting rent on a duplex that smells like mildew every time it rains and trying to stretch every dollar until it rips. My car gave out last month, just died one morning in the diner parking lot. I had it towed to Earl's garage, but even Earl, who's generous when he's drunk, quoted me more than I had in the bank. So now I walk. Everywhere. To the diner, to the Family Dollar, to the laundromat. 10 minutes here, 15 there. It's not the worst, but it makes you feel small when people drive past you with their windows up, pretending they don't see you. My phone's been hanging on by a thread too. Screen cracked, battery won't hold a charge, shuts down every time I try. To check my schedule, it's my only lifeline most days. No landline, no car, no parents I talk to. Just the phone. So when it started freezing up again last Thursday, I decided to walk over to the Family Dollar to get a new charger. Maybe it wasn't the battery, but I figured it couldn't hurt. Derek was working that night. Derek Boone. He's been around Cloverdale forever, mid-30s, always hanging around that store like it's his territory. People say he's harmless, but I never liked the way he watched women. He's the kind of guy who stares a second too long, talks just close enough to make you feel cornered. I should have waited until someone else was working, but it was getting late, and I had to be up for the morning shift. I just wanted to buy a charger, that's it. But Derek had other plans. I walked in just before closing. The place was empty except for a teenager browsing makeup and Derek, who was restocking dish soap like he had all the time in the world. "Hey, Lila," he said, grinning like we were old friends. "Heard about your car trouble. Sucks, huh?" I froze mid-step. I hadn't told anyone at Family Dollar about my car. I hadn't even told my boss until the morning after it happened. "Yeah," I said slowly. "It's been a week." He dropped a bottle of soap into the bin and wiped his hands on his pants. "You need a charger, right? I can help." I don't know why I said yes. I think it was just easier than saying no. He led me to the electronics section, all 2 feet of it, and grabbed a generic charger off the hook. Before I could stop him, he held out his hand. "Let me check your phone. Make sure it's the right one." I hesitated, but handed it over. He turned it over in his palm like he was studying it, then tapped the screen. Swiped. Swiped again. "You've got a lot of pictures," he said, grinning. "Cute dog. That your place on Elm?" My stomach turned. "Give it back." He held onto it a second too long before finally handing it over. His fingers brushed mine and lingered. I bought the charger without saying another word. The teen was gone. The store felt hollow, like all the noise had been sucked out. I left fast, almost, jogging down the sidewalk back toward my duplex. That night around midnight, I got a text from an unknown number. "You left a receipt. You owe me $125 lol." I stared at the screen, heart thudding. I blocked it. 5 minutes later, a new number. "Pretty sure your diner closes at 9. You walking home alone?" I didn't sleep that night. I just sat in the dark with my pepper spray in one hand and my phone in the other, waiting for the next buzz. I tried to shake it off the next morning, Told myself it was probably some sick joke. Maybe someone at the diner overheard me talking about Derek and thought they were being funny. But then another message came the next day. Different number again. You look tired. Long shift? Maybe you need company. I hadn't posted anything. I hadn't even left the house besides going to work. That meant someone was watching. I changed my number that night, paid $30 I didn't have, but it didn't matter. The text stopped, but the feeling didn't. Every time I walked home, I scanned the street behind me. At work, I jumped whenever the doorbell chimed. The worst part? I didn't know what to tell anyone. Betty, my boss, already thought I was too jumpy. The last time I brought up a weird customer, she laughed and said, "Honey, half the guys in here are weird. Pour their coffee and move on." So, I did what I always did. I kept going. A few days later, I had to go back to Family Dollar. It was the only place in town to get toothpaste and detergent unless I wanted to walk 30 minutes to the gas station with marked up prices. I waited until a new face was working. Sarah, a high schooler I sort of knew from around town. She barely looked up from her phone. I was in the back aisle comparing generic laundry pods when I heard something. A laugh. Low, close. I turned, and there was Derek, standing at the end of the aisle. Not saying anything, just watching. I didn't wait. I left my basket, walked straight out of the store, and didn't look back. I never felt alone in that store, again. Even when I was. It was a Tuesday night, maybe around 10. I'd just gotten home from work and was heating up leftover mac and cheese when I heard the knock. But it wasn't at the door. It was at the window. I froze. I live in a ground floor, duplex with thin blinds and thinner walls. My porch light flickers like something out of a horror movie. I tiptoed to the living room, careful not to make noise, and peeked through the blinds. Derek, standing there, inches from the glass, his breath fogging the pane. I could see his greasy hair plastered to his forehead, the red of his Family Dollar, polo faded and dirty. "Lila," he whispered, "you home? Just want to talk." I backed away like he could hear my heart pounding, called 911. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line. I did. 10 minutes felt like an hour. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. But they found his boot prints in the dirt under the window. A half-empty can of Monster on my porch step. The cops didn't sound alarmed. One of them actually chuckled and said, "Probably just wanted to ask you out. Bit intense, sure, but maybe he's just lonely." They didn't even take a full report. I wanted to scream. But in Cloverdale, that's how it is. People like Derek, they don't do harm, they just cross lines. Girls like me, we're told to be careful, like it's on us. Derek was fired a week later. Word got around that a few other women had complained. One of the high school cashiers said he'd been writing down their work hours. Another said he followed her home in his truck once. The cops searched his car, found a notebook with names, schedules, and addresses. Mine was circled in red. That should have been the end, but it wasn't. My landlord said I was bringing trouble to the building. Betty cut my hours at the diner. Too much drama, she said. Customers get nervous. So I moved. Spent my last $400 on a deposit for a room above the hardware store on the edge of town. It smells like sawdust and regret. But the locks work. I bought pepper spray, deleted social media, got a flip phone. But Family Dollar is still the only store in town. And Cloverdale's the kind of place where shadows stretch longer than they should, especially in the aisles, under the flickering lights, where the past waits like it never left. And sometimes I still get texts from numbers I don't recognize. I don't block them anymore, I just don't answer. Baxter, Georgia isn't the kind of place you move to. It's the kind of place you end up in. I got here after my mom passed and left me nothing but debt and a shoebox full of expired grocery coupons. The rent was cheap, and I found work fast. Enough at Pinecrest Rehab Center. 13-hour shifts wiping down beds and changing linens for folks too broken to move. I make $14.50 an hour. Barely enough to live. Definitely not enough to save. I drive a 2007 Honda Civic that rattles when it turns and drinks oil like it's on a bender. I park it in the cracked lot behind my apartment building and pray it'll start the next day. I skip groceries when I have to, patch my sneakers with duct tape, and buy almost everything from Family Dollar. Ramen, toothpaste, socks, ibuprofen. Not because I want to, but because it's open late and nothing else is. The lights hum. The aisles are crooked. The freezer buzzes loud enough to drown your thoughts. And that's where I first saw her. It was late November. The kind of bone-deep cold that gets under your scrubs and stays there. I stopped in after work to grab pain meds and one of those microwavable meatloafs that taste like regret. I was half asleep, staring at the freezer door, when I felt it. That weird itch on the back of your neck. The sense you're not alone. She was just there, standing near the clearance rack like she'd been placed there by mistake. Floral dress that looked like it had seen the 90s. Frizzy gray curls, eyes too wide. She didn't blink, just stared at me like I owed her something. I moved past her, didn't say a word. At checkout, she got in line behind me, stood way too close. I could smell her. Old coffee, something sour underneath. "You always buy the same things," she said, nodding at my basket. "Microwave meals. Lonely, huh?" I laughed, polite, automatic, and paid in cash. I left quick. But just as I stepped into the parking lot, I caught it. The glint of her phone, pointed at me. Click. 3 days later, I needed detergent. I thought about skipping Family Dollar, maybe hitting up the overpriced gas station across town. But I just paid rent, and quarters were a luxury now. So I went back. She was there, same dress, same spot near the clearance bin, like she'd never left, like she was waiting. "Back so soon?" she said, smiling like we were old friends. Her teeth looked too straight, like she'd borrowed someone else's smile. "You work nights, don't you? I see you walking to your car. Pretty brave, all alone." I felt my grip tighten around the handle of my shopping basket. "What's your name?" I asked. She tilted her head. "I think you already know." That's when I asked her straight out, "Why are you taking pictures of me?" She blinked, all doe-eyed innocence. "Pictures? Honey, you're imagining things." When I checked out, I asked the cashier, some kid with pink hair and half-lidded eyes, if the woman worked there. "Nah," they said. "She's just around." I asked if anyone had ever complained. They shrugged. "She don't steal. Just weird. Just weird." That's what people say when they want to ignore something uncomfortable. Just weird. Just lonely. Just old. But when I got home and checked my social media, I noticed something new. A follower with no profile picture, no posts. Just a blank name and an account created this week. Still, no one believed me when I told them at work. My friend Chandra rolled her eyes and said, "Creepy? Sure. But what's she gonna do? Smile you to death?" I laughed with her. But later, on my lunch break, I checked the parking lot from the break room window, just in case. That night I dreamed I was in the freezer aisle again, except the lights were off and I couldn't move. I could hear the freezer buzzing and breathing, close. The first time I saw her outside the store was a Tuesday. I had just finished a double shift. My back was aching, my feet were numb, and all I wanted was to pass out with a heating pad and a cheap dinner. As I crossed the lot to my car, I saw her, leaning against my Honda like she owned it. "Nice car," she said, her voice casual. "Easy to find in a lot." I stopped short, clutched my keys in my hand so the metal stuck out between my fingers, just like my cousin taught me after her bad breakup. My mouth went dry. "You need to leave," I said, trying to sound firm. She smiled like I'd told her a joke. "We're both regulars here. Small world, huh?" She raised her phone. Click. I didn't respond. I unlocked the car, slid in, locked the doors. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys between the seats. She stood there, just watching, not moving. I started the car, peeled out of the lot fast enough that my tires screeched. Didn't care if she watched me speed away. At home, I double-locked the door and pulled the curtains shut. Then I sat on the floor and cried for the first time in months. Not because I was scared, though I was, but because I knew nothing was going to be done. She hadn't touched me. She hadn't said she'd hurt me. She was just around. always around. I tried not to think about how she knew my car, how she knew I worked nights, how she was always there when I was. I took the bus to work the next 2 days. It added 45 minutes to my commute, but I didn't care. Still, every time I passed a Family Dollar, I felt her eyes, even if I couldn't see her. I went to the police the next day, took the bus to the precinct on Main Street, and waited 45 minutes for someone to see me. I showed them the photos on my phone, blurry shots of Janine near my car, screenshots of the anonymous Instagram follower. Told them everything she said, everything she did. The officer, middle-aged, tired eyes, coffee stain on his shirt, nodded along, but I could tell he'd already made up his mind. "Ma'am, I'm not seeing any threats here." "She's following me," I said. "She's taking pictures of me," he sighed. "Does she say anything threatening? Ever touch you? Make any direct statements of harm?" "No," I admitted, "but she's always there." Another officer, younger, leaned over his desk. "Is it the woman in the flower dress? Janine Whitmore?" I nodded. "Oh," he said, leaning back. "Yeah, she's harmless. Lost her son years ago. Mental health issues, probably. Just watches people now. That made it worse. She was grieving, maybe broken, but I wasn't a replacement. I wasn't a thing to observe. I was a person. A person scared to go buy shampoo. Unless she commits a crime," the first officer said, "there's not much we can do, but we'll keep your report on file." I left with a copy of the report and a heavier chest. That night I took the long way home, checked my rearview mirror the whole time, and the worst part? A small ugly voice in my head whispered, "What if no one ever believes you until it's too late?" Now I avoid Family Dollar. I drive 10 extra minutes to the overpriced CVS on the edge of town. I wear my hair up and switch my shifts when I can. I deleted my social media, put tape over my laptop camera, bought a personal alarm from Amazon. I'm tired, always tired, hyper-aware, can't afford therapy, can't afford a better apartment, can't afford to leave. The other night I found a photo taped to my windshield. It was of me, standing in aisle 3 holding a can of soup. No note, no number, just the picture. I reported it. Again. The cops were polite, but nothing changed. My friends have stopped asking how I'm doing. My boss said I need to focus more at work. "People notice when you're off your game," he said. "They don't get it. They don't see how someone like Janine doesn't need to hurt you physically to ruin your life. All she has to do is exist in your space, in your habits, in your peace of mind. I've learned how to check my backseat in one motion, how to keep my keys between my fingers, how to keep my head down. But every so often, I pass by Family Dollar, and I see her, in the window, in aisle 3, smiling, waiting, and I know she'll always find me." I've never been one for long drives, but when you're broke and chasing a job that might finally stop the collection calls, you'll put up with sore legs and static radio. I was headed from Biloxi to Shreveport to work on a busted refrigeration unit for a seafood company. Under the table kind of work, but better than starving. The guy promised cash, enough to pay off my truck note, maybe even get ahead for once. I left late, around 10 p.m., trying to make it through the night without paying for a motel. My '98 Chevy Silverado coughed the whole way, the transmission whining like an old dog. Somewhere past Baton Rouge, my signal vanished, and so did the streetlights. It was nothing but black pine trees and 2-lane highway for miles. Then the caffeine wore off. That's when I saw it. A pale glow in the distance. A busted-up Family Dollar, half-lit and listing like a drunk sailor. The parking lot was cracked concrete, puddled with swampy rainwater. Overhead, a flickering Exxon sign buzzed like a gnat in my ear. It was 2:17 a.m. when I pulled in. I remember that number clearly. It felt like a timestamp burned into my nerves. The store was dark, but the bathrooms were in a side building. There was a vending machine humming outside like it still had something cold in it. I figured I'd take a piss, grab a soda, and hit the road again. Then I saw it. A rusted early 2000s Chevy Impala, paint flaking like old skin. It was parked, just a foot from my passenger door. Engine off, one door hanging open like a mouth mid-scream. No one inside. I should have left right then. Should have backed out, turned around and kept driving. But I had to piss and my dumbass thought maybe someone just forgot to shut the door. Inside the bathroom, it stank of mildew and bleach. The kind of place that makes you hover over the seat. The door didn't lock. Not really. Someone had carved "You next" into the stall wall with something sharp. I remember thinking, what the hell kind of place is this? I was zipping up when the door creaked open behind me. Wallet, phone, keys. I didn't even need to turn. The voice was flat, dead, and deliberate, like someone ordering from a diner menu. I glanced back and saw a man standing in the doorway, half lit by the yellowed hallway bulb. He was built like a freezer, thick shoulders, a belly hardened by labor, not laziness. His saint's cap was tilted low, stained with oil and God knows what else. He held a .45 like it wasn't his first time. Pointing it at someone, I froze. "Aight, man, take it." I emptied my pockets slow, no sudden moves. Wallet, phone, and keys all hit the grimy tile. I raised my hands and backed toward the wall, trying not to make eye contact. Outside, the gun didn't waver as he motioned toward the side exit. I went. What else could I do? My heart was tap dancing in my chest. I kept telling myself, maybe he'll take my truck and leave. That's all he wants. But I was wrong. Outside, the air was thick with the kind of southern humidity that clings to your bones. The woods weren't really woods, just a mess of overgrown kudzu, soda cans, and half-burnt fast food bags. The family. Dollar behind me looked abandoned. He led me past the edge of the light. Then he kicked my knees out. I hit the dirt with a grunt. My chin scraped something sharp, probably a beer bottle or busted taillight glass. I lay there, face down, breathing. Heavy, head down. I knew what came next. My whole life flashed before me, but not the way people say. It was more like shame. All the calls I ignored, the jobs I didn't take, the arguments I started for no reason. My mom's voice from years ago saying, "You keep pushing your luck, Jesse. One day it's gonna push back." I braced myself. I expected pain. Instead, I heard it. Bang, bang, bang. I didn't die. I remember that first breath after the shots. Shallow, shaky. My ears rang like fire alarms. My cheek was pressed to the ground and I was sweating so hard it felt like I pissed myself. Then the bastard laughed, this guttural mucus-filled smoker's chuckle that chilled me worse than the gun. "Bet you shit yourself, huh?" He tossed my keys into the dirt beside me. Not my wallet, not my phone. Those were gone. The keys clinked against a rock and landed just out of reach. "Go home, dumbass." He walked off, slow and loud, boots crunching through garbage. I didn't lift my head until I heard his car engine. The Impala peeled out, tires skidding on oil-stained pavement. I watched the taillights disappear down Highway 71 like a pair of angry eyes. For a minute, I just sat there. I couldn't get up. Couldn't move. I was too wired on adrenaline, too damn scared to believe it was over. When I finally stood, my legs buckled like I'd run a marathon. I grabbed my keys with shaky hands and made it back to the truck. Climbed in. Locked every damn door. I didn't drive. Not at first. I just sat in the dark cab, parked under that busted Exxon sign, trying to breathe. When I finally turned the ignition, the engine sputtered to life like it was scared too. I didn't go to Shreveport. Didn't even try to call the guy about the job. With no phone and $40 lighter, I didn't have options. I drove until I found a church lot, First Baptist of Redwater. A light was on over the door and something about it felt safe. I parked under it, grabbed a tire iron from behind my seat and fell asleep with it in my lap. Every time a car passed, I woke up ready to swing. The next morning, I tried the cops. Redwater PD was 2 desks, a coffee pot, and a dude named Deputy, Harlan, who looked like he'd rather be fishing. I told him everything about the bathroom, the Impala, the shots, the gunman. He didn't even take out a notepad. "You got off easy," he muttered, packing chewing tobacco into his cheek. "Last guy they found back there wasn't laughing. That was it. No report, no interest, no follow-up. Just a shrug and a suggestion I stop parking in sketchy places." I drove off feeling more invisible than before. Made it halfway to Shreveport before the truck gave up, dead on the shoulder, smoke curling from under the hood. I sat in the cab for an hour before a tow truck stopped. Guy charged me $100 just to tell me the radiator was cracked and the engine block was toast. Couldn't pay, couldn't call anyone. I walked 5 miles to a Greyhound station and begged them to let me use a landline. Called my girl, Sarah. Told her what happened. She didn't even ask if I was okay. "Jesse, you attract drama. I can't keep doing this." Click. I ended up sleeping behind a Waffle House that night. Woke up to some line cook kicking my boot and telling me to move along. Bought a coffee with the last few bucks in my back pocket. Stared at my reflection in the dirty window and didn't recognize the guy looking back. Bruised. Broke. Alone. That's when I realized the scariest part wasn't the gun or the Impala or the near death in the dirt. It was how easy it all slipped away. Months have passed, but the fear stays. I can't walk into a Family Dollar anymore, not even in broad daylight. Something about those flickering lights and empty aisles makes my skin crawl. Every time I see a car idling too long outside, my hands go sweaty and I start looking for exits. I moved in with my cousin for a while, tried to get back on my feet, picked up a job at a garage in Monroe, but I don't drive far anymore. No more highways after dark. No more roadside stops, and I never told anyone about the license plate on that Impala. Because I saw it, clear as day, but I knew it was fake, and I knew that if I reported it, it wouldn't matter. Guys like him, they've done this before. They'll do it again. And the people around here, they'll keep saying, "You got off easy." Maybe I did, but easy ain't the same as safe. And that last stop at Family Dollar, it's the kind you don't come back from all the way. Not really. I've been saving for this damn phone longer than I care to admit. 6 months. 6 months of taking extra shifts, wiping old folks down at the nursing home, eating off-brand noodles for lunch and dinner, skipping hair appointments, and pretending I didn't see my cracked screen bleeding colors like a busted lip. My phone was more tape than tech. Camera shattered, corner melted from some charger fire months back. Still, I held onto it like it owed me rent. I heard about the sale at Family Dollar from Facebook. The Galaxy Ultra X, $200 flat, no contract. Prepaid last year's model, but still fancy enough to flex. The post said, "Only 5 in stock. First come, first served." In a town like Cedar Fork, that's like tossing steak into a lion cage. So I set my alarm for 4:45 a.m., pulled on my hoodie, stuffed my cash in my bra, and got there by 5:30. Thought I was early. I wasn't. Line already wrapped halfway down the strip mall, teenagers with Bluetooth speakers, a couple tired moms with camp chairs, one dude with a thermos and a folding stool like he'd trained for this, and resellers. You could smell them. Cheap cologne, vape breath, AirPods always in. I took my place behind Miss Janey from work. We nodded, didn't need to talk much. The sun hadn't even cracked the sky yet. Just that sad pink glow on the horizon and a whiff of bacon grease from the Waffle House 2 blocks over. That's when I noticed him. The guy in the green hoodie. He wasn't in line, wasn't talking to nobody, just pacing near the soda machines, hands in his pockets, hood pulled low like he didn't want to be seen, but not low enough to hide that he was watching. Watching us. Watching the door. I shifted my weight and clutched my little wad of cash tighter, like maybe just holding it harder would protect me from whatever the hell he was planning. Around 7:15, the Family Dollar lights blinked on. You could feel it ripple through the line, this hungry kind of hope. People straightened up, phones came out. The smokers flicked their butts and stepped closer to the doors. That buzz started, the kind that comes right before something messy, and yeah, it got messy. The clerk opened at 7:30 sharp and she already looked over it. "We got 3 phones, that's it. Don't ask for more, don't ask for holds. 3. Not 5. 3. Folks started pushing. Loud voices. A lady near the front said she was there first, but some skinny white boy in a Pelicans jersey swore he had her beat. Miss Janie leaned over to me, her voice low. Last time they had a sale like this, some boy got jumped for his phone. Right outside. Broke his damn nose over a screen protector. I blinked. For real? Dead serious. I looked back. Green hoodie was gone. No clue where he went, but that made it worse somehow. The line funneled inside like a cattle drive. People grabbed baskets, started arguing about placement in line. I clutched my cash like it was gold. Walked quick, but not too quick. Tried to look like I belonged. The clerk held up a stack of boxes. Only got 2 left now. I moved fast. Slid past a lady checking the cereal aisle and planted myself at the checkout. Breath tight, pulse screaming in my ears. I got it, I said. Galaxy Ultra X. She stared at my crumpled bills like they might bite her. Counted slow. Gave me the box like it was radioactive. I tucked it under my arm like a newborn. Didn't stop for snacks. Didn't smile. I just left. Because that's when I saw him again. Green hoodie, leaning on a busted old Silverado, arms crossed, like he knew I'd come out eventually. The sky outside was bright now, but it didn't feel safe. That Family Dollar lot, it always looks tired, like something about it gave up a long time ago. Cracks in the pavement deep enough to twist your ankle. Potholes, like sinkholes. A broken shopping cart on its side like a body in a crime scene. And now him, hoodie guy, leaning on the driver's side of a beat-up Silverado, hood still up like it was waiting on a jump it never got. I tucked the phone tighter under my arm and speed-walked toward my car. Didn't look at him. Didn't want to give him a reason, but I could feel his eyes on me like fingers, cold and greedy, measuring the box, my stride, my car. I popped the driver's side lock before I even reached the door. Key between my fingers the way my mama taught me. Didn't say a word, just slid into the seat, locked it behind me, and started the engine. That moment between turning the key and hearing the engine catch, it's always slow when you're scared, like the car's deciding whether to save you or leave you. Finally, it turned over. I pulled out slow but steady. Didn't peel out, didn't run. And hoodie guy? He didn't move. Not an inch. Just watched me leave like he already knew where I lived. I made it to the end of the parking lot and let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. But I didn't relax. Not really. Because even though he didn't follow, it felt like he did. Back home, I locked the door, sat on the couch, and just stared at the box. Shiny, new, untouched. I should have been proud, should have been smiling. Instead, my hands were still shaking. I didn't even want to open it. I kept picturing that hoodie, that Silverado, those eyes. I finally peeled the seal, pulled the phone out slow like it might explode, plugged it in, watched the screen flicker to life, bright, beautiful, smooth. And I hated it, because now came the real part. My little brother saw it and said, "Let me use it real quick." I said no. He sulked. Next thing I know, he's telling our mama I'm selfish, that I don't share. My boss at the home health agency called to say I was getting docked for missing my 8 a.m. shift. I explained the phone thing. He didn't care. It ain't our job to wait on you. And the worst part? I didn't feel safe carrying it. Every time I pulled it out in public, I scanned the crowd. Every green hoodie looked like a trapdoor. That phone cost me $200. But it felt like it took more than that. It took my peace. Cedar Fork's not the kind of place where you get new stuff often. When you do, everyone sees it. Everyone remembers. I should have felt good. Like I finally had something that made me feel up to date, less poor, less behind, but I just kept thinking, this phone ain't worth dying over. Too bad where I'm from it kinda is. That Galaxy Ultra X might not be the newest anymore, but it's clean, fast, good camera. I still don't use it unless I'm inside. And I still check over my shoulder when I do. Family Dollar don't carry insurance. Life in Cedar Fork don't either. But I kept the box. tucked it in my closet like a trophy, like proof I earned something the hard way, even if I never stop watching for green hoodies. I took the night shift at Family Dollar because it was the only place still hiring in Redemption, Alabama. Place runs 24/7, but nobody wants the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. slot. I didn't either, but when your daddy leaves behind hospital bills and you're 8 months clean from pills, you don't ask for daylight. The store sits off Route 9 next to a gas station that's always closed when it says it's open. The AC barely works, the lights hum loud enough to give you a headache, and the floors stay sticky no matter how often we mop. But it's a job. Trey worked stock, 19, barely out of high school, always talking about how he'd moved to Mobile or Houston once his baby came. Said he didn't want to raise his kid here. LaShonda ran register. Been there 6 years. Had 2 kids and a stare that could freeze you. But she had a soft spot. Slipped coloring books into bags when she thought nobody saw. Said kids need something. That ain't a scream. Halloween night started slow. 2 teenagers came in dressed like zombies, grabbed a bag of off-brand candy. A trucker picked up chips and an energy drink. I was in the back aisle, lining up cans of soup when the door chimed. I didn't see his face, just the hoodie and the way he moved. Like he knew what he was there to do. He didn't say a word. Just raised the gun and shot LaShonda. Right at the register, no warning, no yelling. Trey shouted, tried to jump the counter, took the second shot right in the chest. I froze. All I could hear was the buzzing lights, the ringing in my ears, the wet sound of someone gasping. I dropped behind the counter, heart thudding so loud it felt like it had burst. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just laid there next to a box of scratch-off tickets and expired beef jerky. Then silence. Then the bell over the door. When I finally stood up, he was gone. Just disappeared into the dark. LaShonda was barely breathing. Trey wasn't. The cops showed up quick, but it didn't help. Cameras hadn't worked since July. No one stuck around. The teenagers ran. The trucker was halfway down the highway by then. No witnesses, no license plates, no answers. LaShonda died in the ambulance. I heard one of the EMTs say it like he was reading the weather. Time of death, 12:36 a.m. 2 days later, there was a now hiring sign in the window. Trey's girl screamed at me at the funeral. You just stood there. You let him die. I didn't have anything to say. What was I supposed to do? I didn't have a gun. Didn't even have a flashlight. LaShonda's kids didn't talk. Just sat there in 2 big dress shoes and church clothes that didn't fit. The town talked, like it always does. Some said it was a robbery gone wrong. Others said I was in on it because of my past. One guy at church asked me if I owed someone money. I stopped going after that. I started writing in a little notebook I keep under my seat. Not poetry or nothing like that. Just facts. What I remember, things no one asked me about. Like how LaShonda told me that night her daughter wanted to be a nurse. How Trey joked that he'd name his kid Jamal after some NBA player. Or how the shooter smelled like motor oil and cheap cologne. Nobody asked about those things. Maybe they don't matter, but I write them anyway. Sometimes I sleep in my car outside of town. Can't always stand the quiet in my apartment. Every time the door chimes at work now, my hand goes to my pocket. Got a box cutter on me at all times. Ain't much, but it's something. They kept the store open. Of course they did. People gotta buy toilet paper and knockoff cereal even. If blood got scrubbed off the tile in aisle 3, I'm still working. Can't quit. Bills don't stop just 'cause your friends die. The new cashier is some guy from over in Cottonwood. Doesn't talk much. Every hoodie makes me flinch now. Every loud noise puts me on edge. I told my mom I was fine. She nodded like she didn't believe me, but we don't talk about that stuff. Not here. I don't know who he was. Maybe I never will. Maybe he's just another ghost on the highway. But I think about him every night. And I think about Trey and LaShonda, and how the world keeps spinning, even when it probably shouldn't.